Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Studio City Neighborhood Council regular board meeting of January 18th. I'm Scott Mandel. Welcome. I'm calling this meeting to order at 7:04 p.m. And we can start with the roll call. Abby, you're muted.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry, there you go. Kim Clements.
Here.
Dean Cutler.
Here.
Fiona Duffy.
Here.
Brenda Freed.
Here.
Ira Gold.
Here.
Jeff Harwick.
Here.
Julie Houlihan.
Here.
Scott Mandel.
Present.
Chip Meehan.
Here. Sorry.
Oh, hi, I saw you. Brenda Marino.
Here.
Richard Niederberg.
Here.
Karen Sorrow.
Here.
Thank you. Adele Slutter.
Here.
Adam Summer.
Here.
Alexis Steinberg.
Here.
And Abby Velasco present. Okay, we have a quorum.
Great. Let's move right into number 2, the Climate Fellows LA SAN presentation. So Climate Fellows, just take it away. I think I made enough of you co-hosts to do screen share if you need to. So unmute yourself and go ahead.
Is that screen share working for folks?
Yes, it's working.
Perfect.
Well, hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Claudia Nunn, and I'm one of the 2 California Climate Action Fellow Corps, Action Corps Fellows, being hosted by CD4, where I'm working on both food recovery and fire resiliency. So the California Climate Action Corps is the country's first state-level climate service corps, and of the over 100 fellows statewide, we are the only 2 being hosted by an elected office.
Hi, everyone. As Claudia just summed up, I'm Stephen Harris, the other California Climate Action Corps Fellow being hosted by CD4. Claudia and I started with CD4 in the fall, and we'll be here through the summer. CD4 also has 4 College Corps Fellows from UCLA who are with the office 10 hours a week through the academic year to supplement the work that Claudia and I do.
So this presentation is going to go over what Senate Bill 1383 is, what it's trying to accomplish, what it means for you, and some of the progress that we've made to help get Council District 4 in compliance with the new bill.
So what is Senate Bill 1383? California's Senate Bill 1383 was passed in 2016 to help reduce organic waste disposal by 75% and rescue at least 20% of surplus food for people experiencing food insecurity by 2025. The organic waste that is collected via organics recycling will be composted into mulch that will be used on city beautification projects or turned into biofuel. If residents would like to collect that mulch that is created, they can contact their waste hauler to attain it or go to free LA sanitation mulch pickup sites, including in North Hollywood, Van Nuys, and Griffith Park. We'll be sharing a document at the end of our presentation that has all the links mentioned here, including more information on those LA sanitation sites. So Senate Bill 1383 is by far the most ambitious organics recycling bill California has put into law. And we've actually seen it called the world's strongest organics recycling ordinance. Here you can see the EPA's food recovery hierarchy, placing a systematic reduction in excess food and in feeding those experiencing food insecurity at the top of the pyramid. Senate Bill 1383 requires businesses above a certain size to stop discarding edible food waste and to instead divert it to food recovery organizations who will get it to people who can eat it. It also mandates organics recycling for all businesses who generate a certain very low amount of food waste. As per a newly passed city ordinance, eligible businesses who are not participating in food recovery and or organics recycling by January 1st, 2024 will be fined. Food recovery is important not just as a way to feed those experiencing food insecurity, but along with organics recycling, they are also a means of reaching our climate goals. Because if you didn't already know, 8% of all global greenhouse gas emissions come from food decomposing in landfills.
But some positive news for CD4 is that out of the 21 Tier 1 businesses within the district, as classified by Senate Bill 1383, 19 are already in compliance with the Food Recovery Ordinance, which means that their excess food goes into the hands of those in need rather than being wasted in landfill. So how will this affect LA residences? All apartment buildings larger than 4 units are serviced by contracted recycling service providers rather than LA Sanitation itself. So if you live in one of these buildings that already has a green bin, you should be putting organics in it now, and you technically should have been doing so by 2018. Every apartment building must have a green bin service by January 1st, 2024. If your building does not have a green bin, your property management can add the service by speaking with their waste management recycling coordinator, as waste management is a recycler service provider for Studio City. If your building has a green bin and you don't think any of your neighbors know that they can start using it for food scraps, please email us at the addresses provided in the document that we'll share at the end of the presentation. And we could talk about the ways that we can work together to educate your building, including pail handouts. If you're currently living in an apartment building, we are hosting another town hall on March 7th, specifically for apartment renters. And we'll be discussing how to participate in the program and other resources available to compost. And the link for all of this will be in the document that we'll be sharing at the end.
So single family homes and apartments with 4 units or less are serviced by LA Sanitation directly. Organics recycling started yesterday on Tuesday, January 16th, and bins are still collected at previously scheduled times. So as far as pickup schedules, that doesn't change. Yard waste and organics don't have to be separated, and no additional fees will be incurred. For more information, you can visit organicsla.org. LA Sanitation has a helpful breakdown of what you can and cannot put in the green bin at organicsla.org, and we'll share a link in the document at the end. But in short, LA Sanitation accepts all vegetable, fruit, meat, cheese, fish, and bones, as well as food soil paper and even pizza boxes. One of our mandates from CD4 as Climate Action Corps Fellows is to increase organics recycling across CD4. We're focusing on a different neighborhood each month, and as you can tell, January in Studio City. LA Sanitation is giving us as many kitchen top composting pails as we can hand out. And so far, we passed out over 400 pails between going door to door and tabling at Studio City Rec Center and the Studio City Farmers Market. Now, you don't need a pail to participate, and you can always use a coffee can or any old container you have lying around at home. In my case, I use an old kimchi container. But they can make the process easier because they save you the trip of having to go to your green bin every time you create organic waste. And you can transfer the pail contents to the green bin as needed.
Studio City residents have been so enthusiastic about putting their excess organics to good use. If you'd like a pail, there are 3 more opportunities to get one this month. But if you can't make it to any of those, at organicsla.org, there's a link to sign up to pick up a pail at any of the 6 LA Sanitation sites around the city, with the closest one to Studio City being in Sun Valley. And on Monday, the 30th, Councilmember Rahman, as well as experts from LA Sanitation and other guest speakers from local climate organizations, will be joining us for Beyond the Pale, a virtual organics recycling town hall. It will be a more in-depth look at organics recycling and ways to plug in locally around composting and beyond, with a Q&A session as well. Oh, Stephen, you're muted.
Thank you, Claudia.
Yeah.
We're always looking for enthusiastic volunteers to help us spread the word regarding organics recycling. Now, if you or someone you know wants to get involved, please provide us your email address via the bit.ly link that you see on the presentation slide to sign up. Our next volunteer event is this Saturday at Studio City Rec Center. If you'd like to join us going door to door, we'd love your help. And on the same form, there's a box you can check if you're interested in doing a pail distribution event to your neighbors. Because the Neighbors Showed initiative via our form, we're now hosting an afternoon pail giveaway this Saturday, where along with a few of her neighbors as volunteers, we'll be providing pails and information to the entire neighborhood. That could be you.
Thank you so much for your time. And now we're happy to take any questions anyone may have.
Great, thank you for that. We'll go right to public comment and then come back to the board. So what you can do is just listen to all the comments or questions, and then when we're done with public comment, you can address those. Then we'll go to the board and we can go back and forth. So for this item, let's do 90 seconds. And who can I get from the board to be timekeeper? Ira, will you be timekeeper again?
Yeah, I'll do it this, yeah.
Fantastic. So as soon as you start talking, your time will start. Goat Puppet, go ahead, please. Goat Puppet, unmute yourself. We'll come back to you in a minute. Caller ending in 018. Go ahead, please. Zero 18, unmute yourself. Okay, we seem to be having trouble with people unmuting themselves. Call in user 1. What was yours?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Last week, there was a temporary injunction on partial implementation of this program. How is that going to affect the current program that you are proffering when there's a temporary injunction that has been issued regarding limited parts of it? Will you like to address that, or will you like to stay silent? Thank you.
Goat
So, yeah,
Puppet. We'll do those. We'll
Hear
do
him
those
first.
public comments as soon as they're finished. Goat Puppet, can you unmute yourself? Goat Puppet's having trouble unmuting. We'll go to caller in 018. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Do any of the other?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do. Go ahead.
Okay, I was pressing *6 before too, and you couldn't. It's Barry. So if I am to understand that a residential dweller is in no way precluded by this law by using their garbage disposal, because I know I use my garbage disposal for everything you mentioned except bones. So I guess I would start putting bones in my green bin. But for anything else, I use my garbage disposal. And I suspect most that still have a garbage disposal would do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And last try for Goat Puppet. Please unmute yourself and go ahead. Okay, Goat Puppet. We're going to close public comment on this. Okay, if you want to address those, what you just heard, go ahead.
Well, thank you all for your questions. As far as an injunction, we haven't heard anything. And in speaking with LA Sanitation as recently as today, the program is still on with no kind of limitations. LA Sanitation also has a great resource on in-sink disposal, and that's certainly a great option. They partner with the, let me see if I can post the link, but you're referring to the in-sink pilot. And that's certainly a great option. I know for people who don't want to put food waste in their garbage disposal, the green waste program is also a suitable option as well.
Thank you for that. Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, question. I was looking at the graphics. Is the smell during the hot summer months and any wildlife the smell might attract, the graphics appear to show that bags are not allowed to be in these bins. But most people, when they throw refuse away, especially if it's the kind of stuff you're showing, will put it in a plastic bag and tie it to kind of offset any smell that might be emanating from the food waste. Can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So as Stephen mentioned before, there's many great resources and tips on LA Sanitation's website to deal with these type of issues as well. But some recommendations from LA Sanitation have been to either keep it in your freezer until it's ready to be thrown away and picked up for collection. Also, something as simple, some people have been sprinkling baking soda in their compost pails, or either lining it with newspaper or paper towel to soak up any juices, or that might help trap odor as well. And also even just putting like a handful of dirt from outside on top of your compost helps with that. And then additionally, when you put your food scraps and food waste in your green bin, along with your yard waste that might already be in there, such as your dirt, your weeds, your twigs, your leaves, that also really helps suppress like smells. And as for pests, the kitchen countertop pail itself has a really good lock feature that makes it really difficult for pests to get inside. But there was one suggestion from a constituent, who keeps her pail in a metal brownie pan, and she puts a little bit of water in there, so it acts like a moat around her pail, which is just one really cool suggestion. But there's many other suggestions as well on LA Sanitation's website.
Any other board comments? I'll go last. Does anyone else from the board have a question or a concern? No. Julie, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you guys for your enthusiasm and for doing the program. I think it's a great idea, and I'm composting at home, and I think it's wonderful.
Chip?
Thank you. Could we add the dates in which they'll be at the Studio City Farmers Market, the Beaman Park, and also the Beyond the Pale to our calendar?
I think they're there.
Point of information really quick, I screen captured a lot of those. I'll put them on our social media tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
And all the links are at, I don't know if there's like a way to share it in the chat or something, but it's bit.ly/SCNC links is the document that we put together with all those links.
And question, what happens, in terms of the garbage disposal situation, is the sewage treatment system set up to handle the load that would happen if everyone used that option?
I had to look back at it because it was something that I had seen, but it was a pilot program that the city put on, and residents would sign up for this pilot program. So it only affected a few individual people, but essentially the food that people would put in the garbage disposal was diverted, and the water treatment facilities would then kind of compost it using their own methods. But it's not a city-wide effort, is what I'm reading.
Jeff?
Hi, I have my pail right here. You can kind of see it. Thanks for dropping it off. I'm just kind of puzzled about the practicality of it. I have 5 people in my family, so we're all gonna take our dishes and scoop them into this container, which is gonna sit in an unsightly fashion on our counter. And then it's gonna start reeking, and then it's gonna be problematic, and then we're supposed to empty it out in the green. It seems like a very complicated process. I think a lot of people are just not gonna comply. I note that at the LA San website, there's about 25% non-compliance with the blue recycling bins. I just wondered if you had a stat as to the percentage of people who don't recycle with the green recycling bins, and if there's been a projection as to what the actual anticipated use will be. Because I mean, it's nice and all, it's a nice concept, but I think practically speaking, I think a lot of people are just gonna throw up their hands and say this is not worth it. Thank you.
So there was a pilot program done in certain parts of LA, and our initial responsibility when we first joined CD4 was to go around to those pilot homes to see how they coped with the program. And we found that a majority of them were actually in compliance and they were really happy to do so. And they found that it was actually much more efficient to divert a lot of their waste from their black bin to their green bin. I understand there were some comments on smell and odor, but it's up to the person of how often they want to transfer that to the green bin. I understand it can be a hassle, but once you get into a rhythm of it, it can be like a regular routine. I know when my family started composting in Northern California, there were 5 of us in one home as well. And it became like a family chore, like one of the kids had to do it at the end of the day. You kind of fall into a routine and there are different options, but in terms of compliance, we were happy to find that quite a few or most of the homes in the pilot program were able to comply.
And do you have a stat on the green bin compliance currently, but just generally speaking? Thanks.
I'm not quite sure. Would Jeremy or Stephen know?
Yeah,
I'll pass.
so the program's only been going on since yesterday. So we hope to get stats soon, and we'll certainly report those out in our newsletter and stuff. But I think, yeah, like Claudia said, it seemed the results from the pilot seemed good, but we don't have exact stats on it.
Karen and then Adele. Karen, you're muted.
Oh, hi. I've been composting for a couple of years and it doesn't attract any. We basically have a compost unit that that's made for patios, and we just circulate it and we use the water to fertilize the plants on the patio. It hasn't ever attracted pests. It smells pretty good. And we haven't ever used it for fish or anything like that. We're very strict about, there's like, you can easily Google like what you can compost and what you can't. But the question that I have is are the green bins, they're required for apartments? Or are they also required for like associations and condominiums and stuff like that?
Well, thank you so much, Ren. That's great to hear that your home composting is going so well. Yeah, so larger businesses and within Senate Bill 1383, they kind of segment businesses into tier 1 and 2. And this is really in relation to food generating businesses. They have already been in compliance, specifically tier 1 businesses. And then a lot of waste haulers are working on onboarding tier 2 businesses, which are kind of the smaller businesses, so that they can start composting and implementing their green bin accounts.
Well, I was talking about, it's the LA City that services the Studio City Village, which is like 300 homes, I think, or maybe more. And so that's the kind of thing I'm asking about.
I think since each resident is technically considered its own home, I would think in those condos that would be, you'd be considered as part of the SAN thing that just started yesterday, as opposed to multifamily, I believe, because you all have. I mean, I don't know, but I would think that you maybe all have separate contracts with SAN, or would it all be an individual one? But yeah, I'm pretty sure that would be SAN.
It's just the city trash. Like it's not, yeah.
So then that would be yesterday. And yeah, and for apartments, unfortunately, most apartment buildings, at least in CD4, don't have green bin service yet, but that's going to be rapidly increasing once the word gets out that they're going to have to by 2024.
Thank you.
Adele and then Kim.
Hey, so not to brag or anything, but I've been composting my entire life since I grew up on a farm. And this is what I've been using for the last, ever since I've lived in LA. It's from Bed Bath & Beyond. And you can see it's a pail and it has a little foot here, and you lift it up and you stick, and it does have a nice smell to it. And you put it in, and then you take the bucket out when it's full. It's like taking out your trash. The good thing about it, I just want to say, is, you know, you put everything in there. You put your, I am mostly plant-based diet, so I don't have meat, but, or bones. But you know, egg shells and everything go in there. And on good days, I use it for compost out back. But I don't do that very often because it's annoying. And I have trouble with composting here. The stuff doesn't make dirt very well. It just just sits there. So, and there is, I did buy a composter, a machine that pulverizes your stuff into like almost like a sort of a dirt. And again, it's just time, it's easier. This is very easy to do, and the thing smells sometimes, but I have a lid on it, so I don't notice it. And the only thing that does happen is, during ant season, that when the ants come in for the water, it can get a little gnarly. But for some reason, in the last couple of years, the ants haven't really been coming in. So I'm not sure what's going on with the ant situation, but so it's once you get into it, it's a habit. It's just a habit. It's sort of like brushing your teeth, So that's my pitch.
Kim, go ahead.
So, pardon me, since you're pushing this, the organics recycling, and a lot of people are talking about home composting. I do know that when people are doing this at home or incorporating scraps into their soil, a byproduct of that has been whiteflies. And I saw this go on in my own place. I have nearly lost a couple trees and been fighting a battle for quite a while with a neighbor that decided to do this in numerous areas of soil around the place. So what would you suggest to both the people who are novices doing this at home and, for those that struggle with the byproduct of such a thing? Thanks.
So what's really exciting is that LA Sanitation actually does have composting workshops, and there you can go and buy the proper materials you need to compost at home. So one of them is like a giant composting bin, and it's about $20, but they hold them, I believe, twice a month. It's normally on the weekends, but they have more information on their website. But they do have, they work with nonprofits, and they have really good in-depth composting workshops if that's something you're interested in. And they will go through all of your questions, such as the pests or the whiteflies, and also the basics of how to compost at home, if you rather do that than compost with the city, which is one option for you to explore. There's also LA Compost, and they're a nonprofit organization, and they're a really good resource as well when it comes to knowledge and questions about composting. And I don't know if Stephen or Jeremy want to add any other resources as well.
You hit the nail on the head. So with both of those links to LA Compost and to the workshops that LA Sanitation hosts, I will be adding those links onto the larger document that we'll share out that kind of has every resource that you all could get.
I just want to say that in your materials, it would be great, because in your materials, it would be great to get out the word that some of the home composting can generate such things like whiteflies, and that people should seek out the proper knowledge in order to do it safely, and so that they don't create further problems in their area and for neighbors. It'd be nice if you could incorporate that in so what we're talking about, the further information they can go and find to do it correctly, and maybe some warnings about it if they don't do it correctly, so they don't just start doing it and you end up with a lot of problems. As I said, I have faced myself for quite a while. I've been unable to lick this problem. So would be wonderful to see that added. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's valuable insight. Thank you, Kim.
So I'll wrap it up with just a couple questions. I'll be brief. One, if you go to the LA City Sanitation website, it specifically says not to put all of these items you're mentioning into the green bin. So you might want to get with LA City San and have them get with the program, so to speak. Secondly, I want to talk a little about contamination in my neighborhood. On trash day, when all the trash pails are out, people throw dog poop in any bin. And a lot of times the green bins are the ones that are propped open due to their overflowing with yard clippings and such. So the green bins are, at least in my area, I'd say a sizable amount are already contaminated with dog waste. Scavengers as well, when they come for the blue bin, they take items out of the blue bin, put it in the green bin, and take what they want from there. So there's a big problem with that. And if you can just touch really briefly on compliance, how will single family residences, when they put their green bins out and say they have food scraps in the black bin, will people be coming around checking the black bins or checking the green bins for contamination? Will there be sort of a patrol of some type from sanitation, and will there be fines or penalties?
Go ahead, Stephen.
All right, Scott. There's a lot in those questions. It's complicated. It sounds like it needs to be a conversation between neighbors and a conversation with your waste hauler. In speaking with LA Sanitation, they have expressed numerous times that when they do waste assessments, which is just part of how contracts are written, it's really in service to trying to educate residents to ensure that there's as little contamination as possible. The very last resort is always fines. So it's always a conversation between LA Sanitation and the person who is paying LA Sanitation to pick up their waste. So it just sounds like a conversation with maybe implementing some kind of I know that in my neighborhood we have sites where people can put their dog waste and they're located on the street side, but it's not an easy situation.
And yeah, we'll definitely we'll relay these concerns back to San. We've heard similar questions from other folks during our outreach, and we're meeting with them soon to kind of check in. So we'll definitely relay that. And yeah, as Stephen said, fines are supposed to be a last resort. I don't know if they know specifically yet how that's going to work, because they don't have to have it figured out until 2024. But I don't think that it's going to be, you're going to have a fine show up at your doorstep and you're going to be like, what that? I think it'll be education and talking to folks first. And if there's widespread contamination issues that are, clearly not the fault of the resident, I would hope that there won't be fines for that. But again, that's something we can bring to San.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And hopefully everyone will come get the bins. All your dates except for one are on our calendar, and Brandon mentioned he was going to push this as well. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to move on to item 3. We have Jocelyn Alvarado from the election administrator, City of Los Angeles, and she's going to talk to us about our upcoming neighborhood council elections and what the city clerk's office, what their involvement is in our elections. So Jocelyn, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. As Scott mentioned, I am your election administrator with the Office of the City Clerk. I wanted to give you all a few updates regarding what we're working on for the 2023 election cycle. As you may or may not know, the mayor actually approved a budget for a hybrid election for all NC elections in 2023. And so we are hoping that with the option of vote by mail and voting in person, it will provide the flexibility for voters who would like to participate in any way they choose, whether it's at a polling place or by mail. And we're hoping that this ensures maximum participation. Now, in regards to what we're working on, we have currently updated the election website. We invite you all to go there and look around. There are a few resources that are available to you as of now. For example, the 2023 regional election schedule, the election timeline, as well as the election handbook. The handbook is really important. It outlines everything and anything you need to know about the election cycle, procedures, challenges, and any other question you may have. Our website will be clerk.lacity.org/NC elections. Again, our website is clerk.lacity.org/NC elections. Another important component of what we're working on this time around is actually recruiting our polling places. We did send a request for an election information worksheet to neighborhood councils back in May. We're using that information to both recruit our polling places. The polling place that we received suggested for Studio City is Walter Reed Middle School. We are currently in communications with LAUSD to trying to secure that location. And as soon as we have confirmation, I will be sending out an email to all board members to let them know that the location has been secured. With that being said, we're also using information in that sheet to ensure that we have all our materials translated in all the languages requested by neighborhood councils all around the city. Last time around, we did receive a lot of requests to change the order of NC regions. And so NC elections will take place starting March through the end of June. The order was rotated so that West LA areas will be up first, followed by Harbor, South LA area, Central LA, and ending in the Valley. And so Studio City will land in Region 4, and Region 4 election will take place in June 22nd. Election days will also return to the traditional election days for which we held in-person voting in 2023. It's in 2019, I'm sorry. And that is why this date was particularly chosen. In terms of candidate filing, the period will remain at 45 days. That means from opening to closing, that will be a total of 45 days. Candidates can submit their application using our online portal. It will be available 24/7, or they can also do so by a paper application, which can also be downloaded via our website, and that one can be mailed or faxed. Our office will prepare educational materials, including an instructional video to assist stakeholders in filling out their application, or they can always call our office and we will have staff available. However, I do want to stress, in 2021, we did make a very important change. We received a lot of feedback last time around to move our deadlines from 5 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. That change has been made, but I do want to stress, please do not wait until the last day to file your candidate filing application. The reason why is because after 5 p.m., we will not have staff available in our office to be able to help you via the phone or email. And we all love technology, but technology sometimes, glitches, it might malfunction, and we don't want you to have any issues if you wait the last day and no one be there to help you. So please, you have 45 days to file your application. Please keep in contact communication with us in case you do have any issues. We really do want you to be able to file your application successfully, but please, understand we are dealing with multiple neighborhood councils at the same time. So just please do it early. On that note, as I mentioned before, we will be having the hybrid model. So stakeholders will be able to vote in person and vote by mail. Now, the vote by mail application process will also be available via our webpage. And also we will have a paper application which can be downloaded from our website as well. Paper applications will be accepted starting 60 days prior to election day, as well as the vote by mail applications via the portal. The portal again will be open 24/7 and the same deadlines apply. It has been moved from 5 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. So again, not to sound redundant, but please do not wait until the last date to file because we will not have staff available after 5. Our office will review each application to verify that each stakeholder meets the NC requirements to receive a ballot. And once those applications have been cleared, we will start mailing ballots 35 days prior to election day. Vote by mail ballots that are returned by mail must be postmarked by election day to receive and will be received up to 10 days after the election to be counted into the tally. Anyone unable to submit a vote by mail application or does not receive a ballot by election day, you will have the option to vote in person and go to a polling place. On election day, stakeholders that will be voting in person for whatever reason it may be, your ballot didn't arrive or you weren't able to submit your application, we will have a roster of voters there just to ensure that we don't have any double voting, but you will be able to vote. So we will invite you to come on in person as well. You are more than welcome to drop off your vote by mail ballot in person also directly to the ballot box. You do not have to mail it. And I do want to stress this time around, we did not receive authorization from the county to use our ballot drop-off boxes, which we used in the last election cycle. But again, you can drop them off directly into the ballot box. Another important policy I would like to mention is that current city policy requires proof of vaccination or a negative COVID-19 test within the past 72 hours, to enter the polling place. However, this is subject to change. This is current policy, but if by the time this policy has been dropped, then we will not be enforcing this policy. An example of that, for example, is it's your mask mandate. You are recommended to wear it, but not necessarily, you don't have to wear it inside the polling place. In case we do have this policy in place, know that voters will still be able to vote. We will have curbside voting. So the voter will be able to vote just curbside if they do not meet the qualifications or the city policy, I should say. Also, I do have 2 opportunities for anyone in the community who would like to get involved in the election process. We will have an independent grievance panel, and this panel will be deciding on election day challenges. The panel will be made up of 2 NC stakeholders and 1 city clerk representative, and our office will provide panelists with guidelines to use when reviewing the challenges. Another opportunity for you to participate in the election cycle is to volunteer and become a poll worker. The only requirements are that you are 18 years old or older, speak, read, and write English. If you are bilingual, we really appreciate it as we like to, meet the needs of the community. And you must attend a mandatory poll worker training session before election day. Now, informational flyers and applications for both the independent panel and the community volunteer poll worker program are available on our website. So again, I invite you to take a look around and see those for yourself. If you have any questions, again, please feel free to contact either anyone in the office or you can email me directly as well. And lastly, I do want to share a little bit about our post-election day procedures. Our office will be tallying ballots the next business day following the election. And you will be able to observe it in person, or you can also stream it online as well if you're unable to attend. Unofficial election results will be released approximately 5 days after the election, but know that official election results will be released approximately 13 days after the election, just to allow for those 10 days for the vote by mail ballots to be received and tallied. And at the end of the election cycle, we will have voter turnout information, which will be made available by neighborhood council, region, and citywide, again, on our website. If you have any questions or would like to contact.
Not to interrupt, but can you quickly say when the 45 days starts and ends, or when that period is? Because I think that's the one date I wasn't able to write down.
Sure, let me go ahead and here. Candidate filing period will begin for Region 4 on February 22. And the deadline for candidate filing will be April 8th, 2023. Okay, and the last bit of information I wanted to share is just our email. Our general email is clerk.electionsnc@lacity.org. Again, that email is clerk.electionsnc@lacity.org, or you can give us a call at 213-978-0444. Again, that number is 213-978-0444. And if you would like to contact me directly, my email is my first name, Jocelyn, JOSELIN, .alvarado, ALVARADO, @lacity.org. And with that, I will take any questions.
Yeah, really quickly, I don't have my hand up,
Hang
but
on.
also I was going to ask you.
We're going to go to public comment first. Thanks for that, Jocelyn. We go now to public comment, and I just want to make one clarification, and you can sort of correct me if I'm mistaken. The city clerk is responsible for the physicality of the election, the actual transaction of the election itself, and we'll be dealing with Department of Neighborhood Empowerment on the other aspect of promotion and outreach. So that being said, we're going to go to public comment at 1.5 minutes. Goat Puppet, can you unmute yourself and go ahead? Goat, are you able to unmute yourself? Well, another board member or co-host hit the ask to unmute for Goat, just in case there's something on my end that he's not getting the unmute request.
Did it?
Okay, Goat, there seems to be some technical issues on your end. Caller user number 1, unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Last time during elections, there was an issue regarding a visually impaired and wheeled challenged person trying to vote. Dunn, not the city clerks, went out of their way to hurt this person. They have outreached to me to see how they could be accommodated to regarding voting. According to the Department of Disability, that is up for the city clerk's office to deal with. A letter has been sent and received about 4 weeks ago that was signed by your department, and it was sent to your mail stop, and it was actually addressed to you. I would like to know if you're going to be responding to it, or are you just going to give it to the city attorney's office to deal with it? But this person is made very clear they require accommodation, and we would like to know what you that the person would like to know what you want to do, and they're right next to me right now, and they want to hear what can be done, and don't switch it off to someone else like the disability. They made it very clear it's not their job, and I agree with it. Thank you.
So Jocelyn, are you able to address that at this time?
Well, I'm actually not aware of the letter. I can go ahead and find out what is going on with that letter. I will be in office tomorrow, so I'll ensure that I check with the right people to see where the letter is, what it entails, and if I can address that question. But there are currently a few resources that we are working on our end to ensure that we accommodate for everyone and all voters. So I would really, I'm going to assume, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, that you're in, constant communication with this person. I would like to invite you to communicate with me directly, and I will go ahead and try my best to ensure that this voter has all he or she needs to ensure that they are able to participate. And in regards to the letter, I will have to get back to you on that. I will figure out what's going on first, and then of course I will prepare a report for the board so that they inform you just in case I am not here, or I don't have contact with you for any other reason.
We'll try our last hand up for public comment. Goat Puppet, are you able to unmute yourself?
That's right. Because Brandon's doing something to my microphone. No, not this time. He's not? No. You simply forgot to unmute. Stupid puppet. Ow! Ow! Ow, my nose! Ow! Did you see that? Your camera's off. Ow! Yes. So we would like to know, are animals like myself, can we run for a seat where we don't have to show up or do any work? I think we should have a seat like that to accommodate people that don't want to work or can't work because of their disability or their status. That's a good question. Yes. Like Kevin De Leon, my idol. Yes. I mean, after all, Brandon, look what he's doing. He's getting paid not to work. That's the American dream right there. Geez, isn't that great? And Mr. Ridley, oh yes, the Honorable Mark Ridley Thomas. He doesn't even have to show up to work. He gets
And that's time. Please conclude your comments.
Yeah.
Father, stop speaking that way, Father.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I don't like these father figures.
Not seeing any more hands from the public. We'll now go to board questions and comments. Richard, go ahead.
Will we be able to observe the counting at 555 Ramirez Street at the third floor city attorney's office at Park Tech?
Hi, Richard. Yes, you will be able to observe the tally in person if you like to on our third floor, or you can also view it online. It will be up to your request, and we'll go ahead and accommodate for you to come in when the tally takes place.
I've always done it every year for 16 years to watch you do it. Hasn't found any mistakes yet.
Brandon, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this might be an unusual question for you. When you're running for city office, one of our board members did it a while back for it to be a council member. You have to itemize all the monies you've taken in and spent. It's quite a daunting task. But in terms of spending money and accepting money as a neighborhood council candidate, there doesn't seem to be any literature on that. Is there something we can refer to if somebody wants to spend on, say, I know the rules, you can't go onto private property, you can't put postcards onto cars and stuff like that, but in terms of finances, are there limits? Are there rules? I know for running for city office there are, but there doesn't appear to be anything for neighborhood councils. Can you comment on that?
Yes, we currently do not have anything or a policy we can refer to in regards to neighborhood councils candidates running, or how much money they're using in their race. So far that's why you can't find anything on it, because currently there is no policy or anything we can clearly reference in that regard. We don't do any vetting in terms of finances, and that is why we don't have a policy.
Okay, anyone else from the board have a question at this time about the election?
Yeah, so I was gonna ask real quick, and this is redundant, but who sponsors the debates, or is that outreach? I know we do an ad hoc committee and we spend a certain amount of money, but we finance that through neighborhood council. There's not a certain allocated budget that's enumerated from the city specifically for these elections that goes to each neighborhood council, or is that? You want to
Yes,
elucidate on that real quick?
I believe it is, in the past, in my previous experience, I'm not 100% sure on this. So I don't know if Lorenzo, I know you're here. I don't know if you have the correct answer, or if you can correct me if I'm wrong. But in the past, I've had other neighborhood councils sponsor their own debate among, the candidates. This has been virtually. Of course, in the last election, we had COVID. So I don't know if there's any other platform where you would have to do some sort of advertisement or anything like that. I don't know if Lorenzo, you want to jump in and maybe answer that better than I can. I'm not sure if Empower LA does something for the candidates as well. But as far as candidate statements, that's the only thing that we do, candidate statements on our website, so that everyone can see who's running and what the candidate would like to share for the public. And that's all we offer.
And that is correct, Jocelyn. Thank you for that. And Adam and board members, good evening. Yes, that's correct. The department does not promote any one candidate in particular. What the department does is they do outreach for the NC elections. In the past, several NCs have funded their own candidate forums for neighborhood council board members who are wishing to run for those seats. So that's something that the NC would have to do at that level. But in terms of promoting the NC at a larger scale and promoting the neighborhood council elections, that's something that the department can assist with.
Thanks for that clarification, Lorenzo.
Mhm.
The fact that campaign finance laws are out the window, and we can spend millions if we so choose, tens of millions, in fact. So if that's it from as far as board questions go, thank you, Jocelyn, and you'll be hearing from us real soon as we get underway for election season. So thank you for that.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Okay, moving right along. Item 4, President's comments and announcements. I'll talk as fast as I can. Announcement only, and this is sort of a segue from what we just heard from Jocelyn. The president is responsible for creating an ad hoc election committee for the SCNC election. Any members of the public who are interested, please contact me at smandel@studiocitync.org with a statement of interest. Second announcement. Please attend the Cultural Affairs Committee meeting on Tuesday, February 7th, 7 p.m. for a discussion and recap of last month's Luminaria event. So that'll be the time for our postmortem on Luminaria, what went right, what went wrong, what we can do for next year, if there is a next year, and such. So that will be at Cultural Affairs. Check our calendar. The meeting date is on there, and as soon as the agenda is ready, it will go out through our normal channels. I do have one more quick announcement to make, thanking all of the public who attended last week's special board meeting for Harvard Westlake River Park project. We had a couple hundred people who tuned in for that meeting. So thank you all. During public comment, when I recognize the stakeholder, the floor is theirs, and the person is free to address the agenda item in the way that they feel works best. It is not our place to denigrate stakeholders if they choose to read from a so-called pre-written script. I'm reading from one right now. And we don't criticize the comments of stakeholders who are on topic, but perhaps they're not finely tuned to the exact details of an agenda item. It was wrong for one of our board members to chastise the public in that way, and I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't happen again. I'm sorry that occurred. That being said, we're going to go on to item 5, Secretary report. Abby, go ahead, please.
I just approval of November minutes, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Jeff. Thank you so much for filling in. You always do a wonderful job. Thanks for your support. And if we approve Jeff minutes, that will be wonderful.
So they'll be considered approved unless there is an objection. Not seeing an objection, please continue.
And last, just want to make sure that I haven't heard from the newest board members. I know, Chip, you have your trainings, but I don't recall if I heard from Fiona.
I've completed all my trainings.
Great. That's all.
Thank you, Abby. Jeff, number 6.
Good evening. All I have to say is all CISs from the last meeting have been disseminated to elected officials and their staffs. And the CISs have been uploaded to the council file. So we're all done. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Treasurer report. Kim Clements, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, all. So just a couple, since we were not around, we didn't have a December meeting. We have 2 monthly expenditure reports to approve. I'll read a motion. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the monthly expenditure report for November 2022. Can I get a second, please?
I'll second.
I saw Richard's hand up. Thank you.
Okay, so we are, oh. Go ahead.
So did anyone want to share the screen with that expenditure report? We'll go to public comment and then we'll go back to the board and vote. Does anybody have that up?
What do you need, Scott?
The expenditure report that's linked to on the agenda. Great, thank you. So that is the expenditure report that was just referenced. We will now go to public comment for 1 minute on this item. Anyone from the public? Goat, you have 1 minute on this item, the expenditure report that you see here.
Yes. And we would note that the person referred to by the president is none other than Brandon. You rat. Yes, I had to rat him out. I'm an animal with horns. See what happens, Brandon? You got mansplained. How does that feel? Yes, the Kamala Harris of Studio City now has been mansplained by Scott and his white dog I saw earlier. Now, looking at this, pink printers. The hell is that? Pink printers? What's this effeminate color here? Is that what Scott wants to be associated with? Do you want to walk around, Scott, and go, no, I go to pink printers. No, you want to go to something like Zippy Print or Goat Print or something like that. Try to go to something more manly. Now that
That's
you're
time. Please conclude your
mansplaining board
comments.
members. You're showing strength.
Call-in user number 1, you have 1 minute on this agenda item. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is the bastard son of Goat Puppet. Mr. President, you're doing a terrible job. I'm going to tell you why. According to your website, you're spending about $500 a month. In Van Nuys, we spend over $1,000. So you're not spending enough money for shitty work. Believe it or not, your website's very nice, ADA compliant and everything. But if you go to the Van Nuys website where they pay over $1,000 a month, they like using JPEG. So if you're visually impaired, you're royally fucked. Your webmaster, make sure there's alternative text. So if someone's visually impaired, they're able to use a screen reader. So you need to find someone more incompetent, fucked up, and overcharging. Her name's Wendy Moore. That's over at in Van Nuys. She loves to tell you that she's a single mother with an MBA. And when you ask her if she has anything about coding, she'll say, fuck you. So that's a nice
time.
little
Please
social.
conclude your
So you
comments.
need to spend more money. Thank you.
Not seeing any more hands from the public. We'll now go to the board. We ready to go to a vote on this item? Go ahead, Abby.
Okay, Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy,
Yes.
Randall Freed. Do we have Randall? Okay, I don't know. Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mendel,
Yes.
Chick Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nettlebird,
Yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adele Slaughter. Yes,
You're muted, Adele.
okay, yes. Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexa Steinberg,
Yes.
Adam Velasco, yes, motion passes.
Great, thank you. And just a tip, you can quickly unmute yourself if you hit the space bar. So that may be of help to people. If it's harder to find your mouse, drag your mouse over to the unmute. So motion, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the monthly expenditure report for December 2022. Julie, would you like to second it this time?
I would love to.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. We'll now go to public comment on this expenditure report. You have 1 minute for this report. Go ahead, call in user one.
Mr. President, the board, I'm going to file a grievance. Why are you guys being responsible with the money? Over in Van Nuys, they're not fucking responsible. We can't be responsible over in Van Nuys. We have to give money to nonprofits that have suspended corporations or their IRS determination letter is been withdrawn. The asshole from Dunn, Lorenzo, he thinks it's racist based on those technicalities. So you guys have to be more incompetent and stupid and listen to Lorenzo, that fat fuck, on how to spend your money, because if not, you're not a good socialist. So you guys always do very well and you're very responsible and transparent, but you got to be worse now. Fuck you, Lorenzo. Thank you.
Goat Puppet, you have 1 minute on this agenda item. Please go ahead.
That's right. Where are the mistakes? Where are the double billings? Where are the overcharges? What is the meaning of this, Lorenzo? Why are these people doing a competent job? This is very upsetting. We come here to correct fuck-ups, and so far, I can't find one here. Can you? I can't find a goddamn one. Yes, that's what I mean. There must be something wrong. It must be a trick. But we know one thing. Brandon Harris, the vice president, definitely did not prepare this. And Randall Fried Chicken didn't do it either. So this is being done by somebody who's being competent. I want to know. I want you to tell me who is doing a good job, and let's make sure that me and Lorenzo
That's time. Please
stop
conclude
it
your comments.
immediately. You don't want Brandon to lose his job.
Barry, go ahead.
Hi, it's Barry. I just wanted to say that Richard and I, after the Luminaria, returned around $240 worth of unused items to our credit card. So I don't know if that shows up in December or if it'll show up in January from the credit card statement. But so nothing went to waste. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Barry. Not seeing any more hands. Public comment is closed on this item to the board. Not seeing any board hands for comments or questions. We can go to a vote.
Hit space bar, thanks. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy,
Yes.
Brenda Freed. Absent, Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chief Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg. Richard? Okay. I don't know.
Okay, I'm here. Thank you. Yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adele Slaughter,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexis Steinberg,
Yes.
Aya Velasco. Yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Kim, anything more from the treasurer?
I just wanted to say that we do have people who are extremely mindful, and we all are, about the costs, and it's tax dollars being spent, and Barry and Richard are, they do a lot of the shopping and most of the shopping, and really are very good about that. We've had other returns as well for things that went unused if we couldn't use them at a later time. So yeah, it is a group effort on trying to keep costs down. Was there anything specific you were wondering about, Scott, or just asking? Thank you.
That's it. Thank you for that, Kim. Moving right along, item 8, Vice President report. Brandon, go ahead.
Well, it's a very long agenda, so I'll forego my report. Thank you.
Great. On to item 9, announcements by government representatives, including our NEA Lorenzo, with an update regarding in-person meetings. So let's start with Lorenzo, and then we'll go to the other government reps that I see in the attendees. So thank you, Lorenzo, and please fill us in on what's going on with in-person meetings and anything else of interest.
Sure thing. Good evening, board members. Glad to be here. Good evening, stakeholders. So as you may or not be aware, the governor's COVID-19 state of emergency declaration is being lifted on February 28th, and NCs will go back to in-person meetings effective March 1st, 2023. At this time, the department is trying to navigate this entire process while ensuring that all NCs have a safe a space to return to for meetings, and making sure that that space has been submitted for ADA inspection. And I believe the evaluation for your meeting location has been completed, and I'll confirm with the office of the city clerk tomorrow to ensure that everything is ready to go. Additionally, the department is working on procedures and protocols for NCs as it relates to hybrid meetings related to AB 2449. AB 2449 gives NCs the option to go to a hybrid model, which follows very specific procedures. And the plan is to finalize these protocols and procedures and conduct NC training sessions, similar to how the department prepared NCs to go virtual in early 2020. So we do not have a confirmed date at this time, but we are aiming for mid-February. And we are monitoring the situation on a day-to-day basis and developing our FAQ based on information we receive. And the purpose of creating the FAQ is so that we can address several questions that have been asked by NCs as it relates to returning to in-person meetings. We've received several questions in terms of will there be COVID protocols, how to administer food that might be provided by the board to board members and stakeholders, in terms of accommodations, and several other questions that I unfortunately do not have an answer to now, but we have provided those questions to our leadership team, and they're working closely with the office of the city attorney to add these to our FAQs to prepare answers for neighborhood councils and disseminate this information, as I mentioned, in mid-February. So for now, there are several questions that have been asked. Unfortunately, I do not have the answers to the questions that were asked of me, but I did share those questions. And as soon as we have information ready to disseminate to the NC system, the department will go ahead and do that. The communications team will do that, and we'll follow up with NC sessions to provide the protocols and procedures to the neighborhood councils so that they can know how to return to in-person meetings. And that's where we are as of now. And if there are any other questions that any board members might have or come up with, please let me know what they are. Feel free to email them to me as we're compiling all of this information to come up with answers and provide this information in order to prepare neighborhood councils for their in-person meetings. So that's where we are at this time. I'm not sure if there's any questions related to this specific topic.
So Lorenzo, for clarification, I guess when we get the green light from you, whether or not our host facility, the Radford Studios, has passed ADA, we should just move forward for in-person committee and board meetings on March, starting March, and we'll work out any of those other details that you mentioned between then and when we get those other details. But we should plan for in-person meetings starting March, regardless.
Yes, and that is correct. And again, if the NC wishes to have a hybrid option, that will be available. But again, there's going to be specific protocols for that as well that are being developed. But that's something that the neighborhood council would have to vote on, perhaps even at the February meeting, just to have that on the books already to inform the department that that's an option that the NC is looking at to continue with virtual meetings as well as in person.
Sure, with all the gear and setup and such.
Correct.
And if we have vendors that can be hired to actually perform that task. So,
correct, and there are current city vendors. Those can be found on the monthly profiles, but I'll go ahead and I'll email that to the board just so that you guys can have that for your information.
So Lorenzo, do you mind taking a question from the public before we go back to the board, as long as you're here on this specific issue, since it affects the stakeholders as well who will have to attend in person?
Sure.
So we'll do 1 minute on this call-in user one on the topic of the in-person that Lorenzo just mentioned. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President, more directed for you and the board. Anything that this Lorenzo says, make sure to get in writing. I wouldn't trust this piece of shit at all. Second of all, Richard Nuremberg is an attorney. He would understand what I'm saying. Why is Lorenzo asking legal questions to the city attorney when the board is the client? Don't you have a little problem with that? Having a third party intermediate when the client's the board? Lorenzo is known for that. Well, that breaks attorney-client privilege and attorney-client work product. And I know, Richard, you probably won't want to opine on it, but if you need to speak to the city attorney, don't use Lorenzo. You need to retain your privilege. Lorenzo, you're a fat fuck. I hope you quit and you go homeless. Thank you.
Goat Puppet, did you have something to say on this topic?
Yes. Does this mean we're going to be eating food again? Yes, think about it. Free food, finally. And we can stop over at Radford and everybody can fill their little bellies. Nom, 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 nom. Yes, places like Michelli's, for example. Rigatoni, yum, yum. Yes. And that's the big thing, is that people go for the food. And we also go to see people like Brendan Harris Moreno get mansplained. Imagine. Wow, the mansplaining is a very fascinating part of this meeting. And I think, Lorenzo, you should require all 98 other NCs to find a way to have their presidents mansplain these things. I think it'll save a lot of time and be efficient.
And that's time. Please conclude your comments.
So if the board has any questions or comments for Lorenzo, and just note, there will be a lot more details coming that I'll be updating the board on immediately as soon as the information comes in. So there's a lot of unanswered questions that will be answered in probably dribs and drabs as the weeks go on, and I will update everybody as soon as I have that information. And if Lorenzo can't answer it tonight, we will get the answers as soon as possible. Adele?
Um, I don't even know how to ask the question. Is it going to be mandatory to have your committee meetings in person? If we go back to in person?
This time, yes, at this time, that would be the case come effective March 1st. But that's the reason why the department is working with the city attorney's office to determine what can be done as it relates to committees even, and given those new council files that were introduced by the city council. I believe there were council files 23-0002 S16 and council file 23-0002 S17. So everything, everything's being reviewed right now. Everything's being looked at, and the leadership in the department is working closely with the appropriate departments and the office of the city attorney to figure everything out. And once we get answers to all of these questions, the department will be sending out a communication to the neighborhood council system.
Because my concern is, what if I have board or committee members that are, you know, immune compromised and they just don't really want to be in public, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Correct, understood. And I'll go ahead and convey that and add that to the list, and hopefully we can get some answers sooner rather than later.
Okay, thank you.
So Adele, there's if the state assembly, Senate, and our governor act quickly, they can amend the Brown Act again and allow us to continue. That's what the city council was advocating for. If that happens to happen before March 1st, then we can continue as is. If it doesn't, based on the information that Lorenzo presented now, we should plan on all meetings in March being in person, absent some type of reprieve. Richard?
Just wondering, from Lorenzo, has there been any push to have us be forced to fill out 800 forms as other people do? I've been hearing at this neighborhood councils do it from the city attorney's office, but I'm not sure if that's true or not.
At this time, I have not received any information as far as Form 800 is concerned. Yeah, I'm not familiar with any of that. Richard, I can ask the question to the leadership team in my department, but I don't have an answer for you tonight. I'm not aware of that.
Thank you for doing the research.
Kim?
When do you expect to have the announcement out to the neighborhood councils, including the FAQ? Because we're only gonna have one meeting before going to in-person apparently. So we have short time to get all our ducks in a row and.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, no, the department is working on this. They're hoping for, you know, February. I don't want to say early February, possibly mid-February, if that. We're hoping something sooner, but again, as soon as the leadership team gathers all of the information that they need, they'll, you know, disseminate that information down to us so we can forward that out to the NC system. So I'm hoping, again, sooner rather than later, but things are still being looked at and reviewed.
Okay, yeah, if there's anything we need to vote on, we would need to get the information before our next meeting, so.
Correct, and if there's anything to vote on, it'll possibly be just the option of the NC wanting to have a hybrid. So that would probably be the only item. So if anything, we'll probably have information out to the NC system by early February for that, well before the NC's next board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chip?
So Lorenzo, regardless of hybrid or in-person only, if it's an in-person only meeting, will it still be recorded and posted to YouTube for time-shifted viewing pleasure?
Prior to the pandemic, Chip, some neighborhood councils would record their own meetings and post them onto their YouTube or Facebook channels. There was no, you know, virtual meetings back then, so there was nothing being recorded electronically while the meeting was taking place. But some NCs would designate recording areas where they would have like a camera to record their entire meetings and then upload those to their platforms. So that's definitely an option. But we can, that was a question that was received by another neighborhood council as well. So again, that question has been added to the list. So we're hoping to get a response in terms of any possible vendors or other avenues as to how neighborhood councils can record their meetings to help them facilitate with, transcribing and with notes and whatnot.
Thank you.
Lorenzo, did you mention, I mean, when we had the city clerk's office on, you mentioned COVID protocols as they stand now that they could change for in-person voting, vax card and such. Will we have, do you know of the COVID protocols yet for the in-person meetings for stakeholders and board and committee? Or is that something that?
Yeah, unfortunately, not at the moment, Scott. I do know that there will be COVID protocols in terms of verifying vaccinations, things of that sort. But again, everything is so fluid. We have the department would have to work to finalize exactly what the proper procedure is going to be. And at this time, I don't know what that procedure is going to be, so I wouldn't be able to give you a definite answer on that.
Okay, so it seems like it's there's a lot of issues in flux that everyone's very anxious to find out about. So we'll be in touch quite a bit between now and in February. And we can always have special meetings. I'm happy to schedule as many special meetings as we need to vote on possibly equipment, if hybrid is an option, or vendors, or if we're in person, a vendor to record the meeting. So we can post it on YouTube, all those options. So I'm going to be pretty busy getting quotes and such from approved vendors for these. Adele, you had another question?
Yeah, is it premature just to say that that we could make a motion and vote on, should we go to in-person meetings, that we make them hybrid?
I believe we're waiting for more information on how that would work from Lorenzo.
But I mean, we can still make a motion and have that as an intention.
Or
because.
Yeah, for our next board meeting, sure.
I mean, but we're going to be, well, okay. I mean, I just was thinking if we gave Lorenzo and the city that message now, then they might set it up right away instead of waiting, because everything takes so long with the way we work, We know this is coming. If we vote, hey, we want to have hybrid meetings, should it go back to in person? That could be a motion. No?
Well, not tonight.
Okay.
Lorenzo, with the exception of the neighborhood councils that are actually in the pilot program for the hybrids, have any other neighborhood councils put forth motions that say if hybrid is allowed, we vote to do hybrid? Has any of those come forward yet that you're aware of?
No, not that I'm aware of. We hopefully might expect to see some maybe in February, but as of now, we haven't seen any.
Okay. But
what do you think most neighborhood councils are going to choose to do? Just from your
from what we've been hearing is that most neighborhood councils would want to keep both in person and remain virtual. The only issue is that again, the procedures would have to lay out exactly what the process is going to be for a neighborhood council to be able to have in-person meetings and have a quorum of the board at the meetings while still having hybrid at the same time. So there's
does hybrid refer oftentimes to all the other meetings, like the committee meetings are Zoom, everything else is Zoom except for the main board meeting?
It's very well that could be an option as well, but right now everything's still being looked at. Adam, I can, definitely say, yeah, that's what we're going to do. It really depends on what the research is on all these bills and what the state does and what the city attorney advises the leadership team and the department as to what can be done.
So focus on what Lorenzo just said about the hybrid, a quorum in person, and then a few people the remainder, so that would be, what's our quorum? Eight? Eight would still have to meet in person. And then the people meeting remotely, certain aspects of the Brown Act would probably still have to change, because those people meeting remotely would have to be in a public place, accessible to the public, and identified to the public in the agenda before the agenda goes out. And there's also, I read that there's a limit of the number of times you're allowed to do that per year per person. So it's very complicated. We're not ready. We're going to be ready, hopefully, for in-person meetings, and the hybrid possibility is something that we need a lot more information on at the moment. So I think that's a good start anyway. So thank you for that, Lorenzo. We're going to now go to our Bureau of Street Lighting. This is a topic that has been coming up in many board and committee meetings about the copper wire theft and street lights out and how long it takes to repair the street lights. And I'm going to mispronounce your name again, Sion Kashim. You'll be up next. And do you need to share screen or?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let me make you a co-host and please go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm Sayan Kashem. I represent the Bureau of Street Lighting. Just wanted to touch bases on some of the things that our group specifically does. We work with utility requests, lighting upgrades, banner programs, some CDBG projects for low-income communities. We also do the medallions, holiday string lightings, and also communicate with constituents and the council districts regarding some of these things that you're referring to, such as the streetlight outages, copper wires, theft and whatnot, exposed wirings, and pole hits. The list goes on and on. But tonight, I just wanted to touch bases with you guys and actually try to educate the people who don't know how to generate these service requests. So these service requests, they help us actually locate the exact location of the incident, wherever it is. It'll give us a specific address, cross streets, or whatnot, and let us know that, okay, yeah, this is what is going on. There's a incident at this spot. This situation is going on, and it'll help us better figure out a plan and a location to in the future inspect these incidents that do come up in the future or are already here. So I'm going to share my screen for a bit. I just wanted to run down and actually do a step-by-step to open a service request to show you how to do it, just for your education. So give me a sec here. Okay, so this is the actual website that is that helps you create the service request. For those who wouldn't be able to memorize the link, I'll just do it from Google, so we can just do step by step. So pretty much Google, you do my LA 311, and then you will go down to my LA 311, City of Los Angeles, and then it'll take you to this website. So to create a website, to create a service request, you pretty much have to click on this link right here, create service request. It's bright in yellow, can't miss it. So some of the problems and the incidents are reported through here, where it says problems and repairs. And then these are the options that are given to you. So you could either do graffiti removal, multiple streetlights is wherever it is. If you have more than one, then you would click on that. And then single street light is just one street light that has an issue, either if it's exposed wiring, if there's light out. And so for tonight, I think we could just do street light out. So then you click on that, you do next. And then over here, it'll actually ask you for a specific location of a single street light out. So I'm just gonna go by this street right here, just so it's easier for everyone. And then you go to verify location. And then, so these little icons right here, they are the actual streetlights. And then if you hover over them, you'll see there's a few digits. Those are the streetlight IDs. And that's how we sometimes locate these these streetlights. If we click on one of them, so for example, let's click here. And then it'll ask you if that's the address, and then that's the streetlight ID. Would you like to report it for the streetlight? So you would click yes. And then on the right side, it says contact. So pretty much your contact information would be your email. So I'll just give it out to you guys. Then you write your first name, your last name, and then you could do your telephone, or if you don't want to, you don't have to. So then we go click next. And then it'll load up. Just give it a sec. Okay, and then it'll bring you to this window right here. So select the problem type of the street light. So there's four options for the specific street light. If it's single light out, if the light is actually out and there's nothing coming out of it. If there's vandalism, if it's graffiti wise or copper wire theft, or the pole was hit or anything like that, then you could do that. Some streetlights have electric vehicle chargers on it. So if there is for that specific light, you can click on that. And the remaining type of problems, you could do other damages. So for right now, we could do single light out. I see that there's two hands up right now, but if you could just hold on for a bit, I'll take questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you. And then you go next. And then if you have any additional comments, you could include these, say the specific street light, cross streets and whatnot. So, and then from there, and then if you have any pictures of that location, that street light pole or anything around there that pertains to that specific street light, then you could do that. You could upload it, and then it'll save it through that service request. And then at the end of the step, you go next, and then at the end, you'll get the summary report. So your service type is single light issue. It's in the Valley area. So, and then the address, your contact information, the one you inputted, and then details about that incident. And then it'll tell you what time it was started and whatnot. And then at the end, you would press submit. And then that's how you create a service request. So you'll get some sort of confirmation through your email, which will give you this number right here. This number is extremely important. This number will help you actually track the status of a service request that you create. So whenever you do create something, please save this number so you could either do the actual status reports or status updates from time to time, or you could provide this specific number to your council district deputies, and they will reach out to us and actually request any status updates for this specific area. And then also that's one way. That's actually the first thing that if you see anything that needs to be fixed or needs to be reported, this is the first tool that you should create a service request. Or let's say you did that already, then you could go to our street lighting website. So for those who won't remember this web address, it's lights.lecity.org, or we could do it the step by step, and then go to here, and then you write Bureau of Street Lighting, and then this will take you to the first link, and that's our website right here. So you go all the way down, and then at the end of the page, you'll see Bureau of Street Lighting, our address, and then right below it says contact us. Then you click that. Here you have your first, the type of question that you have. So there's numerous options here. Some of the things that you could ask about is the Prop 218. It's a ballot for the assessment in your neighborhood. Some of the things that are pertaining to our street lighting bureau is we have B permits, which do private development plan checkings. And then we have general questions, field operation division, if there's any, if there's a knockdown street lighting pole repair that you see. So this could be an example that was created through the MyLA 311. So you could click on that and then write all the information that you have. If you need new street lighting banners or LED shields, the glare shields, you could click on this. And some of the things we also have is we also have a streetlight museum in our office. Currently, we are doing that remotely. So if you guys are interested in that, then definitely click on that and ask whatever you want to ask. And then we also, like I was saying, we take care of we actually deal with utility lights. So if there's any issues with utility lights, you could click on that and then write all the information that you have. You could write any comments right here below pertaining to your type of question, and then your name, your phone number, and then your email address, and then you hit submit. All this information will be sent to our bureau, and someone will definitely reach back out to you and let you know and help you out as best as they can. So I think I am good for sharing right now. Let me stop sharing. Okay.
Well, thank you. We're going to go to public comment. This is a issue that a lot of stakeholders have been very interested in. We'll bump the public comment to 1.5 minutes for this, then we'll go to the board questions. Goat, go ahead, please. We're talking about streetlights and such. Goat, we'll come back to you. Rudy, go ahead.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, Sean. Thanks for being here. Wanted to get a point of clarification. I live near the 101 westbound freeway on-ramp at Tahunga Boulevard, which is located just north of Sarah Street near Walter Reed Middle School. And we have public safety lighting that's been out underneath the freeway overpass, specifically the 101 westbound as it transitions to the 170 south of the Hollywood Freeway, essentially. Whose purview is that? Can you clarify if that's City of Los Angeles or Caltrans? And also want to point out, my second question is the bike path in Studio City that runs just east and west and north of the Sportsman's Lodge Hotel and shops, the new development area. I went to the shops for the first time recently, and I took a walk down the bike path, and I noticed and observed that the public safety lighting that is designed to illuminate the bike path, the wires have been breached. You can see the wires sticking out. It looks like somebody's either robbed the wire or they've purposely cut the power so that that area is dark. Incidentally, there happens to be a lot of transient encampments in that area. Whose purview is that? And then also from your own website, it says you mentioned in the last 5 years.
Time, please conclude your comments.
Thank you. In the last 5 years, copper wire theft has been a serious issue. Who do we think is doing this damage and why? Thank you.
So the locations that you mentioned, if there's not any service request created, first of all, I would create a service request. And if there is a service request, I would relay that specific one for those locations to your council district. Once it goes there, they'll let us know which service requests they are, and then we'll definitely get back to you on that specifically, because at the moment I don't have any information regarding those unless we take a deep dive into those service requests and those locations. Going to your question regarding the exposed wires, it's also the same thing. I would create the service request that is hazardous. So what you could do is create that service request, have your council districts aware of that, and those cases will definitely would be taken care of by BSL as soon as they can, just because they're hazardous and whatnot, and it could potentially hurt someone, whoever is going by there, you know. I'm sorry, I forgot your last question.
It was, do you know who was, so I'll just speak for him. He asked if you know who was doing the theft.
Oh, okay. So the theft is, I'm not gonna say there's a specific type of person doing it. We still need to do more deep diving to actually figure out who is actually doing it. Yeah, so it's not a certain group of people that are doing it. We still need to do another deep dive into what's going on.
Call in user 1. Go ahead, please.
I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate you following through of what you have to offer. Your training and coaching is very good, but I'm going to have to file a complaint against you. You got to run yourself like Dunn. You have to be very vague and ambiguous. You were very specific and very helpful, and I thank that. So I'm going to file a complaint because you didn't act like that piece of shit from Dunn. Second of all, I'll contact your union regarding your lack of training and coaching of not being dishonest. You've been very honest, and you got to change to be a bureaucrat cunt like that person from Dunn, Lorenzo, B, whatever last name he wants to use or identify like. But I do appreciate you following through. I appreciate you being honest, but you got to stop that, okay? Because the rep from Dunn is going to file a complaint, and I'm going to call your union tomorrow do more of a complaint because you're being very, very nice tonight. Thank you.
Goat Puppet. You able?
Yes, you have to understand. You're working for a criminal enterprise, which is the city of LA. Honesty is not allowed. You forgot to take the oath. So Goat Puppet will administer the oath to all of the city employees on the call. Very good. You may raise your left hand and then put your fingers behind your back crossed. I promise to do as little as possible. I promise to do as little as possible. I promise to lie and cover up for my coworkers. I promise to lie and cover up for my coworkers. I promise not to cooperate with the FBI unless indicted and facing 20 years in prison. Well, I agree with that. Yes, and finally, remember, if you have any questions about working for the city and not having to work and get paid, call 213-473-7014. That's the head office of the Work for Nothing and Get Paid Not to Work hotline. Applicants are standing by. That's right. Those of you that work, you're called something in City Hall. You're called suckers. And by the way, where are my street lights? Over in Koreatown.
And that's time. Please conclude your comments.
We demand answers like Brand.
Not seeing any more hands raised. Public comment is now closed. So actually, I do have one question. When you do receive the service call, what is the estimated time from when your department is notified of the outage to when they can expect the street light to be fixed? And assuming when it's fixed, it's fortified and it is no longer easy to pry open with a pocket knife and yank out the wire and do what they do.
So when you ask for timeline, it's very vague because not every situation is the same. So each service request is gone through an assessment process. For that, it's the situation has it gets assessed, it gets inspected, and then for a specific service request, there are specific things that needs to be done to close that service request or to fix that service request. When you talk about the fortification part, those are mostly for the vandalized poles, and they're done for the people who are vandalizing to not do it again, and we're trying our best to do that all over the city of LA at the moment.
Richard, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm wondering why they never explored the fact of using some sort of pull-away connectors. So when the thief gets the first few feet, that's all they're gonna get. The rest will be locked in the middle of the pole. It'll just disconnect.
Was there a question in there?
Only was there research as to making so the attempted theft would be unsuccessful.
Yeah, so we're trying to prevent the theft that's going on in the city of LA by taking these measures as fortification to these specific places that have been hit with the vandalism by these group of people and whatnot.
Any other hands from board members? I think we know what to do about street lighting, so thank you for that.
Yeah, no, thank you for your time. I really appreciate you guys having me tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
you.
CD2, Tiffany Z. 2 comes before 4, so sorry, George, you'll have to wait till 2 is finished. Tiffany, if you're still there, go ahead.
Yes, I'm still here. Thanks, Scott. I just wanted to let those of you know who I didn't get a chance to speak with that I am no longer the field deputy for the area, but I am working on planning issues for our district. The new field deputy for the area is my colleague Denise Shaw. I am not sure if she was able to join the call today, but she will be definitely on next time for updates. So I just wanted to thank you all for, a great year that we worked together and the relationships that we built and how we were able to better the Studio City community. So if there's ever anything you need or any questions that Denise can help out with, feel free to reach out to her. I'm still available for planning related questions. But it was a pleasure working with you all. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you. We all, I think we all feel the same about Tiffany. Would you mind for 1 minute? We have 2 hands raised from the public. Perhaps they have a question or a farewell wish. Rudy?
Sure.
Go ahead. You have 1 minute on this topic.
Thank you. Just to follow up to the question to the Board of Street Services gentleman, Tiffany, our neighborhood has reported the streetlight outing on Tahunga to your office. We haven't seen any response, or the lights have been out for probably close to 6 months now. Also, we have, as you can imagine, we have a growing transient encampment at Moore Park next to Oakwood Elementary School, and encampments at Tahunga and now Colfax, which are right next to Walter Reed Middle School, which used to be North Hollywood Junior High, in breach of the city municipal code. When can we expect those encampments to get cleaned up, and when are we going to get the lights back on? Thank you.
In regards to the lighting, I did submit those service requests as a status update to Seon. So he does have those. We do have a priority sheet that we look at regularly. My colleagues are on a regular priority meeting with the Bureau, and I'm not sure if Seon mentioned this, but they do have a current backlog where it takes roughly 45 business days for the streetlights to be repaired in certain areas. When I had initially checked when the requests for Tahunga and Sarah had been submitted, as of maybe last week, it had been 43 business days. But I followed up with Seon, and he did let me know that he reached out to their field operations and would be providing an update. So I will let Denise know to follow up with him on that. And if you'd like, Rudy, I can have Denise reach out to you directly with an update on that. I'm not sure if the underpass itself has been reported. The underpasses are City of LA property. Only lights that are on the overhead of the underpasses are considered Caltrans property. So anything underneath the underpass is City of LA property. As for the encampments, the locations that you've mentioned are definitely high priority for our district, some of which are 4118 locations. And I know Denise has been working with our coordinator in our office to make sure those are routinely scheduled for services with sanitation for hygiene, as well as with LASA for outreach. So there was a recent cleanup there on January 13th. I do know that we had sanitation and LASA there. I think we successfully housed a few folks, but locations do tend to vary, and we have a ton of locations throughout the district we're trying to keep on a routine schedule, but those are definitely top priorities. So I know Denise is well aware of those.
Thank you, Tiffany. I can confirm that the outage at Tahunga involves the downlight public safety lights underneath the freeway overpass, which, as you stated, is City of Los Angeles purview. Thank you so much.
No problem. Understood. I'll make sure Denise follows up with Seon this week.
Scott, you there? Brandon and Scott's absence. You want to move the meeting forward?
Go. You have a minute. Go ahead for Tiffany.
You have to turn on the street lights. On Hoover and Olympic Boulevard, 7 of 8 of them have been out for 4 months. Check. 8th Street and Coronado. Check. James M. Woods and South Hoover in front of Hoover Elementary, the lights have been out for months. And the entire Cahuenga Boulevard, all the way up and down the freeway, have been destroyed and cut by a population of drug addicts and thieves. You mean city council members? No, homeless criminals. Yes, that's who they are. Isn't it true? Let's say it. Come on, Brandon, let's say it. Homeless criminals, yes, that's what they are. And of course, Nithya found 3 of them passed away in 1 week.
And that's time. Please conclude your comments.
Boulevard. Yes, but
Call-in user 1, go ahead. You have a minute for Tiffany.
Hi, Tiffany, it's Barry. I just wanted to say you will be sorely missed by the portion of Studio City in CD2. Thank you for all your help, especially last month's Luminaria for cutting through a lot of the red tape. And I'm sure we all look forward to working with you on planning issues. Thanks again.
Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it.
And now call-in user 1.
Tiffany, several months ago, you helped the drive for diapers. That was very nice of you. It was really helpful, and the seniors say thank you. The senior center says thank you for helping on the diaper drive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not seeing any more hands raised. Public comments closed. Back to the board. Any hands? So Tiffany, we will still be talking to you about planning issues, so you're not completely disappearing from us, but
Exactly.
right. So we will see you at all the events, of course.
You got it. Thank you, Scott. Thank you,
Right.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thanks, Julie.
Best
Bye.
wishes.
Thanks so much.
Congrats.
George?
Hey, Scott.
Howdy.
You left me sitting in this soup for a while now.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you. It's mainly to keep me warm. It's extremely cold in my room. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to be with you. I haven't seen you since like a year, so it's good to see all your faces and all your presence and you know all your comments that you have. So it's nice to be here with you once more. And speaking of New Year's, there was a lot of rain and a lot of unfortunate circumstances to our vulnerable hillside community. And so we want to let you know that we've been working closely with our DWP partners. I know there was a gas explosion on Laurel Canyon, and you know, just to let you all know, we're having daily communications with DWP. Hopefully, figuratively and literally, the rainy days are behind us, and we can look more towards sunshine. So on that end, you know, just if there are any other issues that maybe still remain as a result of these rainy days, please send them my way. I'm more than happy to look into them if in case something is not resolved, or maybe in the future if we can help mitigate something. You know, happy to take a look at it as well. And with the new year also comes out a shift in council, and so I wanted to update you all with the committee assignments that we were assigned for Council District 4 and Councilmember Rahman. We're chairing the Housing and Homelessness Committee. As many of you may or may not know, housing and homelessness prior to the scandals going on at City Council were 2 different committees, and now they have combined them into one in which we are chairing. So we started from being just a sitting member, and one after the others, city council members kind of dropped like flies, and we were able to rise our ranks through unfortunate circumstances, but happy to be chairing them currently. And along with housing and homelessness, we're also sitting members in the Energy and Environment Committee, Public Works Committee, Transportation Committees, and vice chair on the ad hoc on City Governance Reform Committee. And I'm maybe a little bit biased, but I'm pretty sure those are really great committees for us to be in. And so if there anything that you may be interested for us to bring up, happy to pull any strings with the chairs, knowing that we're now sitting committee members. One more note I want to add is that our 2022 annual report capturing all our goals, all our accomplishments, our accolades is now finally published on our website, and you can visit those at councildistrict4.lacity.gov/annual_reports, or just play around with the website until you click it. So with that, I'm just extremely excited to share those reports, and hopefully you find something interesting or something that you maybe have a question about or want more information, and happy to provide that for the time being. And the last thing I want to emphasize is the Greater LA homelessness count. So this year, our office is co-hosting with Studio City on the homelessness count on January 24th at 8 p.m. It's going to be at the First Christian Church of North Hollywood, located at 4390 Colfax Avenue. And you're invited to join us. And I highly encourage you all to join us because our office is going to be there, hopefully in full strength in numbers. And, Councilmember Rahman is going to be joining us. And so right now, I think we're sitting at 55 volunteers. So if we can bump that to the full 70, I think we'd be over the moon in terms of, volunteer manpower. So to register and learn more, you can email me directly. I can send you the link directly, or you can visit theycountwillyou.org. And then the last thing that I want to announce to you all is, similar to Tiffany, I will also be leaving Council District 4 at the end of the month. And during this week and next week, I will be preparing kind of a transitional, informative memo to all of you, understanding where you can go for any issues that you may have: street lighting, capital improvement projects, homelessness related items, and anything else your heart desires. And so, with that being said, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you all, getting to know you all, and being in this very accepting neighborhood, even though we were clearly adopted in last year, 2 years ago rather. So I'm incredibly lucky to work with you all, challenging me, pushing me, and just being active voices for your community. It's been such an honor. So yeah, happy to take any comments, any questions. We can have our last go around. I'll take some on the chin. Thank you.
Thanks for that update, George. Let's do, we have some hands raised, so let's do a minute from each person in the public who has an issue or a comment or a question for George. Call in user 1. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, just for clarification, is this person Thompson? Is that correct?
Pardon me?
Is the last name of this individual Thompson?
No.
Okay, wrong person then. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to waive it. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm an asshole. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Go Puppet.
Yes. So, George, your office has lost control of the underpass on White Oak. It's been invaded by homeless criminals, and the lights have been turned off. Shame on George. Shame on Nithya. We need to get control back. Also, we have a homeless update on the Havenhurst off-ramp. A homeless criminal has taken up residence there as well. Yes, they've been encroaching into Encino. And remember, we made a peace treaty with Nithya. Do you remember? I have it here. Yes, there are to be no homeless criminals within 500 feet. Within 500 feet west of Sepulveda. West of Sepulveda. And north of White Oak. That's right. Yes, that's right. We want to continue with that peace treaty. Because name one time that Goat Puppet at public comment.
And that's time. Please conclude your comments.
See, I treat her nicely because I'm. Yo, you're very nice. Yeah.
Rudy, go ahead, please.
George, thanks for being here. I just wanted to point out to everybody that the city of Los Angeles's first Homeless Strategy Committee meeting scheduled for January 5th was canceled this year. So I don't know if that's a great way to start the calendar year with the new chair, Nithya Raman, but can you answer or give some idea why that first meeting of the year was canceled? Thank you.
Yeah, to be honest, I still may have been coming up from vacation, which is not a great answer to give, I'll admit, but I can definitely investigate why that might have been. I'm not too sure. Maybe, yeah, I would hate to draw assumptions just from, my own theories, but I can definitely try to ask our legislative director why that may be.
Patty, go ahead, please.
Hi, George. Sorry to hear that you're leaving. Did I miss, and I apologize if I did, who your replacement is and effective when they will
Yeah,
take?
in terms of a titular kind of replacement for field deputy, I'm trying to fill in that spot as I go as well, and trying to find out who is going to be the next person. As of now, we're going to be working with our case manager, who goes by the name of Nicole Alaverdian. And so we're going to be kind of, figuring out the details about what they can and can't. But as of now, our district director, Emma Taylor, is more than happy to take on like very kind of urgent, high priority cases. But as of now, you have all my ear and all my attention until I leave. That's a promise.
Well, when are you leaving?
The 30th. Oh, well, the 27th of January.
Okay, and then after that, Emma.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty.
Not seeing any more hands from the public. Public comment is closed on this. Adele, go ahead.
Hi, George. I had the same questions about that Patty had, but where are you going?
Not too far. I'm going to Council District 1. So it's the community that helped nurture me. So it's back home for me, and applying some of the knowledge that I have here back.
And
back
who's the council?
to my home.
Who's the council member there?
Elnices Hernandez.
Ah, great.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Adele.
Ira.
Hey, George. I asked this in the homelessness committee meeting, but last year at the homeless count, the several people came in, volunteers that were out counting, and they were saying that they were having some serious glitches with the software. And in many cases, they had inputted several, but it was registering as 0. So I spoke to one of the reps there. I don't remember who it was. And she had said that they're aware of that and that this year would be either a completely new software or a completely new vendor. I just wanted to make sure that was followed up on and see if that's changing. Thank you.
Yeah, I can reach out to the coordinator and see if he has any more insight. It's actually the former chair here of the homelessness committee, Luis, who is kind of spearheading everything. So I can follow up, or if you have his direct number, maybe if you feel most comfortable enough. But either way, I can do my due diligence and connect with him about it as well. Mm-hmm.
Abby.
Hi, George. So I just want to say thank you so much for all your work, all the time that we had to collaborate. Thank you. You were very supportive, whether it was transportation or cultural affairs. You were a great support. So thank you so much for your work, and you will be missed.
Thank you, Abby. I appreciate that.
And Julie.
Just echoing that, you will be missed. You have great energy and we really appreciate you, and good luck with your new job.
Thank you, Julie. You're in great hands with Josh too. So yeah, we'll definitely survive. It came to me before I started my thing. I was looking down on my notes. This is out of left field, but in response to Rudy's question to BSL about Sportsman's Lodge lights being out, that's in our district. So if you have a service request or at least know the general area, send it over my way so I can ensure that it gets inputted, before I leave and it's not left in a nebulous void of nothingness.
Dean.
I just want to echo again everybody's sentiments. George, congrats and thank you. Since you've come on board, your responsiveness, to myself and Vicky as part of the bid, you've help, get us answers. And we're grateful for that. So thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Dean. I always appreciate your professionalism and very direct thoroughness with me. So it's good to have always worked with you. Hopefully our paths may cross again too.
I look forward to it.
And not seeing any more hands up. Karen, go ahead.
Hi, George. Just wanted to say congratulations and thanks for always being available. Yeah, it was great knowing you and hope to see you again sometime. So take care.
Thank you, Karen. I thought you were going by Ren tonight.
Yeah,
I thought that was your
it's
New
my
Year's
new
resolution.
name.
Do a new nickname.
Yeah.
Yeah, go by another identity. So
Yeah, I'm working on it. I've got to petition the state of California. Take care.
You too. Thank you.
And is that it from the board? So we will thank you, George, with a deluge of requests between now and your movement to CD1. You know how I feel about you. Everyone else has expressed it. So we will see you again somewhere.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm
I'll be
certain of
somewhere.
that. So good luck and thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you for your even keelness and always, keeping us afloat.
Thanks.
So I'll be able to hopping off, but happy to be here until 27th when I actually hop
Okay.
off. But thank you all. Good night.
So I believe we're done now with announcements from government reps. Manny, hang in there. We have one more item to address before we get to you. So now we're going to move on to public comments on non-agenda items. If you're a member of the public and you have a comment on something that is not on the agenda, we'll open this up to 1.5 minutes for each speaker. The first hand up is Goat. Go ahead. You have 1.5 minutes. Public comment, non-agenda item. Go ahead.
Yes, the good news, we found Brandon's report that he was going to file. Oh, here it is. I'm not going to apologize. You people are always off topic. When I chair a meeting, I demand perfect on topic. I'll exclude you under Rule 7. What about Peter Cole? I'm not going to apologize ever. I don't care if he'll volunteer. I won't apologize. I won't. There you go. And we will file that now as the Vice President's report. And of course, as you know, Mitchell Moore, the fake Spaniard, is seeking a second term as your police chief. But don't worry, I have put up another candidate, a better candidate. Goat Puppet advances the name of the Honorable Mitchell Englander to become our next police chief. Who better to lead the department into the 21st
And that's
century?
time. Please conclude your comments.
Yes.
Rudy, go ahead.
Thank you, Scott, and to the board. I just wanted to take a minute to express my interest in serving on the ad hoc committee for the 2023 election for the Studio City Neighborhood Council. I joined the meeting after the president's comments, and I know it's was mentioned on the agenda, but I just want to take this moment to express my interest in getting involved in helping you run your election this year. So thank you very much. And I will send you the email as it's requested on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Patty, go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you, Scott, and especially Chip and the ad hoc committee from last Thursday's special meeting. I am still continually getting people calling and emailing me on how professional you guys were, and looking forward to future ad hoc committees run so well. Thank you both.
Thank you for that. And call-in user.
Mr. President, I will only in your ad hoc committee act like a amicus curiae only. I will not join it by amicus curiae. And the reason why I'm doing that, the gentleman that asked about the 7-800 forms, that I addressed through a opinion letter in which I have the city attorney's opinion, what code section exempts that, and also from the California Secretary of State. Like Lorenzo from Dunn, he's a fucking asshole where he says, well, I'll tell you what I do, and Richard Nurberg would understand as an attorney, I estoppel my findings. So if you want it in writing rather than speaking to that piece of shit cocksucker motherfucker from Dunn, that's, in my opinion, a very untrustworthy individual, I'll be glad to forward it to you as an amicus curiae only. I cannot join. I'm not going to put myself through that because Dunn will do whatever it takes to hurt you. That's their job. That little parasite that could not even be a used car dealer, he will do nothing. But if you'd like me to estoppel it and give you what was in writing and current law and actually a Court of Appeal decision published, I'll be glad to do that. If you want to ask Richard what I basically represented, he will explain how that will help you rather than hurt you, because Dunn and their piece of shit will. Now, the girl from the election administrator, let me tell you why she's a fucking
Next
Oh,
liar.
time, please
She
conclude your
never
comments.
asked me for my, thank you.
Not seeing any more hands from the public. Public comment on non-agenda items is now closed. Moving right along, we're going on to item 11, Land Use Committee. This is regarding the applicant Fat Sal's, which is coming to Studio City, and I'll read the motion. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the proposed project Fat Sal's Studio City, project address 12265 West Ventura Boulevard, 91604, case number ZA 20226930, CUB SPP, a conditional use permit SPP for a change of use, facade alteration, and the on-site consumption of beer and wine in conjunction with a 1,492 square foot bona fide restaurant with 36 interior seats and hours of operation from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. daily, a CUP to allow the hours of operation from 11 to 3 a.m. daily in lieu of the 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. on a commercial corner mini shopping center property. We have the applicant Salvatore Capek. I probably mispronounced that at land use as well. And we have Manny Diaz here to answer any questions and contribute. So I just read the motion. Manny, if you could just say something really brief, because we've all seen your presentation from land use, and then we'll go to public comment and back to the board. So Manny, go ahead, please.
Great. Yeah. And then I think Josh Stone is also here as well. He's one of the co-owners. So yeah, we just want to say, yeah, we presented to the land use committee. Fat Sal's has been around over 10 years. They have locations in Encino, Marina Del Rey, Hollywood, just a really successful brand. They have a great following. They have beer and wine at a few of their locations, and they've operated their licenses without any issue. They're open late at all of their locations too, including the one at Encino. Our request here is very similar to the one in Encino. There's only 36 seats inside. There's no live entertainment or dancing, and there's no outdoor area. So everything is kind of contained within the building. So yeah, we're asking for your approval for all the modifications. And I want to make a quick point that all the facade work that they're doing in the signs, it's all going to comply with the code. We're not asking for any deviations, just everything is going to comply with a specific plan. So yeah, we're here to answer any questions that you might have. Josh is on and he can answer any operational questions that might come up. But yeah, we're asking for you to support the application and confirm the land use committee's recommendation.
Thank you, Manny. And before we go to public comment, I just want to say at land use, we vetted this for quite some time. We asked a lot of questions. We got a lot of answers. There were no open issues that were not addressed, which is why the motion came out in support. So we are going to go to public comment on this. And let's do 1 minute each person for this particular agenda item. Goat Puppet, you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yes. I've been to Bo, Ventura, and Balboa. They have all these large screen TVs outside. It's the only place you can go and stuff your face and watch football games past midnight. A dream come true. However, don't open one at South Central, though. You'll have to modify it. And then the one over in Marina Del Rey on Washington. Yes, we've seen that tucked away. But what you should do to celebrate this approval is, and I'm sure Brandon would like this, they should cater a couple of our meetings. Imagine those beautiful sandwiches coming in there. Boy, those big fat South sandwiches. Yum, 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 yum. Along with a good beer or two. Yes, we should allow drinking at these meetings and whenever we have them.
And that's time. Please conclude your
Work hard
comments.
on. Yes. Support. Yes, I like it. Oh.
Barry, go ahead.
Thank you, Scott, for pointing out that the SCNC board can only support something and cannot approve something. Approving is beyond the board's pay grade. Thanks.
Thank you. Call in user 1.
There was a letter sent to Fat Sal's regarding an Encino issue, regarding a visual impairment in which one of your employees would not do anything. They had to contact me, now, and I had to look up your corporate papers because on your website there's no way to send a letter. Their address is not there. They've instructed me to celebrate when you open up in Studio City, and let me tell you how it's going to work. I'm going to go down to downtown at Skid Row and start feeding the homeless at your place and see how you like that. Since you're your employee, and you don't bother responding to a simple accommodation under ADA. You ignore that. You don't have your address on your website where to send a physical letter. This person has no access to a website. They only can do physical letters, and you've denied that. So that's the present they're going to give to you when that's fully open. And make sure you discriminate against
Please
people.
conclude your comments.
Thank you.
Not seeing any more hands raised from the public. Let's go to board comment and questions if there are any before we vote. Richard, go ahead, please.
No question. I just wanted to reiterate that the entire issue was vetted at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Richard. If any other board members have a question or a comment? Not seeing any hands. Abby, let's go to a vote on the motion.
Okay, so we're voting on item 11A. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy,
Yes.
Rhonda Freed. Absent. Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chip Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Niederberg,
Yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adele Slutter. Adele?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Hold on 1 second. Okay. Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexis Steinberg,
Yes.
Ivy Velasco, yes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Manny, Josh, Sal.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
Thanks for toughing it out till
No problem.
9:30. Appreciate you hanging in there.
Come get sandwiches when they're open.
We will. Thank you. Now, moving on. We're in the home stretch, folks. So item 12, government affairs. Barry, take it away.
So 12A, the first motion, and it is correcting a motion that was done about a year and a half ago that the applicant got back to us and said some vital information was missing. Motion, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, will reissue SCNC motion 2021.08.18.08B that contained the wrong case number and missing suite letters for the address. The motion will be reissued as follows. Motion, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the applicant's proposal for a conditional use permit, case number 2021-6715-CUB at 11288 Ventura Boulevard, Suite C and D, Studio City, California, 91604, to allow the new restaurant Kazunori of Sushi Nozawa, LLC, to the continued sale of beer and wine on-site consumption with 24 counter seats. Hours of operation from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 11 a.m. to midnight on Fridays and Saturdays. And that's it. And I just was going to say this motion reissued is exactly what went forward before that the board voted for, except it has the correct case number and it has the suite C and D in the address. And in order for them to proceed, they need our support to the correct case number and address. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Barry. So this is just a housekeeping motion. If anyone from the public has a comment on this, you have 1 minute on this particular agenda item. Go ahead.
Yes, we want to know who screwed it up in the first place. Because the Dunn representative is here. And when Lorenzo finds out, oh boy, he's going to go to Raquel Beltran with all the evidence. Yes, who made these terrible mistakes? And who caught these mistakes? Yeah, somebody with horns? No, somebody with horns and a tail. Yes, you got me. So I'm glad that I could correct this problem. And now the legal documents can be signed, sealed, and delivered so that the corrupt developers can continue to build and get their permits. After all, that's what we're really here for, right? To serve the man. And hopefully not get mansplained.
Not seeing any more hands. Public comment is closed. We'll go to the board, assuming no comments or questions about this housekeeping issue. Let's vote on this.
Okay, voting on item 12A, Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy,
Yes.
Rhonda Freed. Absent. Right. No. Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chief Meehan,
Yep.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nurberg,
Yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adele Slaughter,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexa Steinberg,
Yes.
Ivy Velasco. Yes, motion passes.
Okay, motion B. Let me just first say that this is an opposition, not opposing the fact that there is climate change happening. In fact, no one in our committee was saying there's no such thing as climate change. We all just basically felt that climate change is something far larger than the boundaries of the city of Los Angeles and is already being handled at higher levels of government, mainly the state, also the AQMD, which includes many counties in Southern California, and that the city of Los Angeles, when we got the new city council sworn in mid-December, there was a flood of council motions, as Scott and I can tell you because we read them every day they're issued. There were a flood of council motions for those last 2 weeks in December of issues that everything from A to Z, most of which should be at a state or higher level. And we just think that the committee felt the city should concentrate on more pressing issues than an issue like this, where they are asking the following. And I'll read the motion. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, opposes Council File 22-1566 for the City Planning Department, in consultation with the city attorney and other departments as appropriate, to report to the City Council within 60 days on the benefits of adopting a climate action and adaptation plan into the city's general plan, because this issue is far larger than the city of Los Angeles and is already being handled at higher levels of government. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to CF 22-1566. Scott?
Thank you for that, Barry. Just so everybody knows, we can only deal with one motion at one time. Further in the agenda, there's a motion from the Sustainability Committee that has a different take on it, but we're not there yet. I'm just letting everyone know that we will be at some point. We'll now go to public comment on the motion you just heard. You have 1 minute. Goat, Puppet, go ahead, please.
Yes, and of course, you know it's never going to rain again in California. Yes, and it's just going to keep getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And that's why we have to take away your stove and why we have to take away your cars. Yes, have you ever heard such childish bullshit in your life? Weather always changes. Remember, they had to change it from global warming to climate change because they got embarrassed. But I have good news. According to a study out of Oxford, in a few years, we're going to be entering a mini ice age. So there'll be plenty of water. And it'll get so cold, all the homeless will freeze, and all of our streets will be clean by the summer. Yes, that's how it works. God
And that's
works
time.
in
Please conclude your
mysterious ways.
comments.
Balance restored to the city through Mother Nature.
Anybody else from the public would like to comment on this, please raise your hand. Not seeing any hands raised. Public comment is closed. We shall now go to the board. Chip, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. So I'm on the Sustainability Committee, and we looked at the same proposal. And it's a very frustrating motion as it's written. It looks like it's a bad version of one of those AI, give me a politically correct motion, and the first 4 paragraphs are kind of ridiculous boilerplate. But then it got down to some stuff that was important. And that's principally that we don't have a climate action and adaptation plan as part of the city general plan, which I was stunned to learn. I know that the government affairs talks about, it's being handled by higher ups and by bigger folks. So we shouldn't worry about it. I think we're pretty big. I just Googled, there's 9.83 million residents in LA County, which puts us 100,000 residents behind the state of Michigan and 1 million residents bigger than the state of New Jersey, that's going through without a climate action and adaptation plan in the city general plan. that's just bad governing. So I think asking the electeds to line up and put a climate action plan potentially into the general plan makes sense. I particularly think it makes sense to ask the electeds to investigate what would a climate action and adaptation plan be? How much would it cost? What would we get from it? Are there grants that would potentially be available that we can't get unless we have such a cap plan? And I believe that's the case. There are pretty strong financial incentives for municipalities to adapt a plan, because if you don't plan for something, it's not going to happen, right? So if they just go out and look, which is all this has to do the investigation. What are best practices out there from other municipalities? What's the lift? Is it hard to do that? What's the get? Who knows? Maybe we end up getting 1,000, I'm making this up. Maybe we get a bunch of electric car recharging stations. We don't know what we could potentially get unless they ask. So the intent of this is just to go out and in 60 days, come back with a report. Is this something that makes sense? And it seems like it was an easy yes. And that's where sustainability came out. That's what I got.
Karen, go ahead.
Well, I hope it's not a bunch of recharging stations, because only 2%, or not even 2% of LA has electric cars. So it's like, that's something that private companies could do. But I do think, I know that the council member supporting this is engaged with the ideas of Naomi Klein, which is about investing money in, using wealth basically to really stop the amount of carbon that we're putting into the air. So it's like, we need the city to have a response to climate change. We can't wait for the state. It's like, this doesn't even make sense to me, because normally the NC is like, oh, we don't want the state involved. We want to handle this. So why are we saying, oh no, the city's not going to handle this. We're going to punt climate policy to the state? That just doesn't make sense to me. So I want to understand exactly what a yes vote is and what a no vote is on this. Thank you.
Adele?
I hope everybody did look at the agenda and go further on and see the second motion, because I think it might help you and makes more sense than this first motion. I mean, to be really simple, I think it was, is it Gandhi or someone like that said, think globally, act locally. And so, and the problem, there is a problem with the motion. There's a lot of stuff in it that sort of doesn't make sense. But when you get down to what the request is, it's a very simple request to investigate. And it's not saying that they're going to do anything particular, that they're going to investigate how we can make a plan for climate change. And now we saw this week, all the mudslides and the rain, and we're going to see heat. We're going to see a lot of things that we need to investigate. How are we going to protect ourselves from this? So that's, that's what I do think. It's a local issue that we have to pay attention to. And that's what Sustainability Committee is all about. So, and later on, you'll see, if you look at the motion, you'll see it's a reasonable request. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Jeff, go ahead.
I agree with Barry. There needs to be a national response. City of LA is about 4 million people, state of California, 43 million. China continues to build thousands, not thousands, but they have 1,100 coal-fired power plants. India continues to build those. They've got 39 under construction right now. And those populations over 1 billion people. So, I mean, we could talk about climate change plans and whatnot for the city, but in the scope of things, it's really going to be minuscule compared to the problems in the industrializing, developing world. And for that, we need diplomacy. We need more of a global response, which necessitates a national response. So I do think that this is biting off more than what we should be doing. We should be focusing on the 41,000 unhoused who are living on the streets, crime, things more of a local nature that we can actually control. We can't control pollution coming across the border from Mexico. We can't control pollution coming from India or China. And those are the main drivers of greenhouse gas emissions. So this calls for a national policy, global policy, and I think we need to focus on more local concerns. Thank you.
So my 2 cents in reading what Adele wrote for her motion further down and listening to what Chip said, they make sense to me. However, the focus is Katie Yaroslavsky's motion, which is complete and total gibberish. It's nonsense. When the line says the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes council file, that's really all I needed to hear. I oppose what this motion says, not what we think it should say. Whereas maybe something could say we oppose the motion unless they completely rewrote it and removed everything but the last paragraph. Now, mind you, they're admitting there's no plan. So what they've been doing for all these years, including the mayor's Green New Deal, there's no plan. They're banning gas stoves, but they don't have a plan. They're banning gas cars. They're banning everything you can think of, construction techniques, bus lanes, parking restrictions, yet there's no plan. So I just don't understand that they're spinning around without a direction and they have no plan. So they need a plan. I just don't understand what it is that they're trying to accomplish. We just see in the news, there's a protest in Germany because they're expanding coal mines. So this sounds, as Jeff said, I mean, we're 4 million people and we want to take the brunt and be the world leader, I guess. We're not a world leader. We're world leader in dysfunctional city government, corruption, crime, and pollution. And they've had all this time to come up with all their plans and solutions. And this seems like it's just a new council member's first motion. And I just don't get it. So I'm at a loss for words, but I support Barry's motion. Thank you.
And Scott, just one point of clarification. This
Yes.
motion is not in any way passing it off to the state of California, because the state of California is already more than doing it. Thanks.
Thank you. They are banning and controlling everything just as well. So we don't need to one up them. They have the ultimate authority over it, as we see from all our local zoning changes and everything else going on. Kim.
Thank you. I do agree with what, excuse me, with what both Jeff and Scott have said, as well as when it is too big of a problem, and if we bring it so locally that we can barely make a dent. I also just like to think about the dollars involved. I don't think that we need to be spending it when it is handled though by the state and by bigger groups. So that's my 2 cents. I agree very much with Jeff and Scott. Thanks.
Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned with putting City of LA at a disadvantage. I would much rather have an air quality management district or a solid waste management district to do with the climate. That way, if we fix something, the next door neighbor can't double their pollution and make up for it, and draw all the business over there, as well as having their pollution and the climate problems across city lines. Thank you.
Karen?
Carbon dioxide is the same wherever we are. It doesn't matter what country it's in, it's the same. So it's like, I think, not like opposing the city acting on a plan, like, I just don't understand the logic of looking into this and having people think about solutions for it, including, like you guys said, we're already acting in some ways in terms of building materials. There are building materials that absorb carbon. They're more expensive, but the more we do it, the less expensive they'll become. So it just doesn't make sense to me to say that we shouldn't be doing everything we can to solve this problem. And I'm just imploring people not to vote against looking into our city making a plan for climate change. Thank you.
Chip?
Thanks. So the way I looked at this is not that we're trying to change the world or battle a global problem. The way that I interpreted this last piece is what would the benefits be on a local basis if we actually had some regulations in the city charter, in the city general plan, that didn't just talk pie in the sky and give a soundbite to a politician, but if there really were some regulations that would work on a local level, but also from an adaptation level, what could we do? We have the 101 freeway and Ventura freeway. The 101's always busy. The surface streets are overcrowded. We are surrounded by pollution in our community. What would some potential solutions be to that for us? Is there money that's available? Not trying to boil the ocean, trying to find a way to make this particular area more healthy, cleaner. What are the options? Is there money out there? And it may be after 60 days that they come back and say, it would be another bureaucracy and there's no upside, in which case we don't do it. If they come back and say, something streamlined CEQA and some access to this grant money, which we otherwise couldn't get, because as I look at things with this new administration, as much money as discretionary is going to be going against homelessness. So there's not going to be any other programs that move for a while. If there's access to alternative funds that are earmarked for other programs, that's good. So I didn't see this as a global, draw a line in the sand. I saw this as a way to actually get some short-term, local, actionable, tactical money into the coffers.
So Brandon, 1 second, let me just make a suggestion. If we want to address with what's going on in Studio City or even Los Angeles, if the city was serious about this, they banned two-stroke gas power leaf blowers in the late 90s, yet it's not enforced. So that's why when I see this and they're still asking for report backs, they're asking for report backs on homelessness, on traffic, on parks, on everything. They keep asking for report backs and do nothing. If they were to propose a way to enforce the current ban on two-stroke engines, that would make an immediate and overnight difference in the local air quality. And they just keep ignoring the low-hanging fruit. In fact, I'll be meeting with two council members in the upcoming weeks to bring this up again. Before I was on neighborhood council, I got this neighborhood council and Sherman Oaks to pass motions trying to get our council member at the time to take it up. And it falls on deaf ears. And for the life of me, I cannot figure out that is the single most event that someone can do to clear the air is replace a two-stroke engine leaf blower. And I've got a few people in my neighborhood to do it, but it's very difficult. So I don't take it seriously. By the way, it's a city charter, that's a ballot measure. But yes, I agree that we need local things. And that's why I keep going back to this motion. And again, it's the words, your words, Chip, make sense to me. Adele, your words make sense. I'm reading the motion, the council file, which does not make sense, which is why I can't support it. I support what you're saying, but this is the council file. Brandon, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm actually a member of the Government Affairs Committee, and I voted to oppose the council file. However, Chip makes a heck of a lot of sense. He's got a way with words, and he just changed my mind. I will be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Adele?
I just, it's funny that you bring up the gas blowers, because I was thinking, you know, with something like this, you could actually have, you know, stopping pollution and find a way, get the city to find a way with this climate change, you know, incentive to figure out how we actually do stop that pollution. Because a lot of this is about, you know, how do we locally make our impact on the world? Look, we can't do anything about India. We can't do anything about China. We can do something about LA. And one of the things that we could do about LA is figure out how to stop those gas blowers, how to stop people cutting down trees, how to stop all the things that we're doing that are not sustainable, that are taking away our air quality. And that, you know, we should be pushing for the report back to be looking at those things, right? And not, you know, being so, you know, well, talking about, I mean, in the motion. So the other thing I want to say about the motion has a bunch of stuff that makes the justification for the final whereas, and the final whereas is really the motion. The motion is not all that other stuff. That's just, you know, political crap, if you ask me. But if you look at it, if you look at the final paragraph, that is the motion. The motion is, we make a motion to have them look at climate, whatever, and give a report back on this information. All the other stuff is, you know, I guess Yaroslavsky has to talk to her constituents, which is a different constituent base than ours. But everybody is affected by poor air quality in LA. And so one of the things we can do is put those gas blowers in our climate change plan. And if we don't have a plan, there won't be any, you know, we won't have a way to do that. So that's my thinking. And I agree with Karen Sorrow. She makes a good point, and Chip also. Thanks.
Richard, you still have something to say before we go to a vote?
Yeah, when it comes to gas blowers, the problem is not enforceable. Time, and you cannot get a conviction that way because the ordinance not specific, because it says gasoline blowers. And people can just claim, well, it's really ethanol, or it's really or something else, and therefore it's not enforceable because the policeman does not have any way and will not test, see what it is, no litmus test. They have to just dismiss the whole case. That's the problem with the gas blowers. Sorry.
No, you're correct, Richard. And in government affairs a couple of years ago, Richard Adams and you and myself and whoever else was, I think Barry as well, changed the LAMC with a suggested internal combustion. Barry, before we go to a vote, did you have a closing remark?
Just one last FYI. There is no doubt in my mind that the city council will pass this council file. The current makeup of our council will do it. But this motion was an effort to make them prioritize and not overload the city attorney with researching every last thing from A to Z, and they are not prioritizing at this point in time. Thanks.
I think we're ready for a vote on this one.
Okay, we're voting on item 12B. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy,
Yes.
Rhonda Freed, Absent, Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
No.
Scott Mendel,
Yes.
Chip Meehan. Chip,
Sorry, no.
Brendan Marino.
No.
One second. There. Richard Netterberg,
No.
Karen Sorrow,
No.
Adele Slaughter,
No.
Adam Summer,
No.
Alexa Steinberg,
No.
Abby Velasco, no. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 no's. And 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6 yes. So motion fails. Motion fails.
So motion C, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, supports Council File 22-1232 to request the city attorney to prepare and present the documents necessary to place a ballot measure on the next regularly scheduled election ballot, to amend the Los Angeles City Charter to make the City Ethics Commission more independent, streamline and expand enforcement processes, and increase its integrity and effectiveness. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement to CF 22-1232. Scott?
Thank you, Barry. We can go to public comment on the motion that was just read. You have 1 minute, Goat. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so I bring in a witness for this. Ladies and gentlemen, Mitchell Englander.
I want to say I support this. As you know, they gave me a $100,000 ethics fine.
Wait a minute, really?
Yeah, they did it only because I'm Jewish and I have a multi-million-dollar home in Santa Monica. So they discriminate at the Ethics Commission. Meanwhile, that old lady that did those 3 fundraisers for Correct, she just got a slap on the wrist for a couple of $1,000. How do you do that?
That's a very good point. So I think I better support this motion. It seems our Ethics Commission has 2 forms of justice. One for people in Sherman Oaks, and the other for little tiny dwarfs named
And that's
Mitchell
time. Please
Englander.
conclude your comment.
That's not fair. Mitchell Englander for Chief of Police.
Public comment is now closed on this item. Going to the board, I think this one's a little less controversial, so probably no hands or any debate on this. We can go to a vote.
Voting on item 12C, Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy,
Yes.
Rhonda Freed, absent, Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Oops. Scott Mendel,
Yes.
Chip Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Netterberg. Richard? I think it's a yes, it's going like this.
Yeah.
Okay, Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adele Slaughter,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexa Steinberg,
Yes.
Abby Velasco, yes. Motion passes.
Okay, motion D, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, supports Council File 22-1146 to instruct the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, DUN, to report back in 45 days on the status of the Community Impact Statement portal, including the issues that led to numerous community impact statements not being transmitted, the length of time the errors were present in the system, the list of the city commissions that were impacted by not having the correct email configurations on the portal, the number of community impact statements that were not transmitted as intended by the neighborhood councils, and the steps that have been taken to remedy the issue and prevent this from happening again in the future. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS to CF 22-1146. Scott?
Thanks for that, Barry. I just wanted to add, our friends in Reseda were very instrumental in bringing this to the attention of DUN. This was discussed in ad nauseum during the Vank Valley Alliance Neighborhood Council meetings. This is a big deal. A lot of community impact statements disappeared into the ether. I don't believe ours did, because we also send ours directly to the commissions and such, but this was a big issue and a big scandal for DUN and the city. So, Goat, you have 1 minute.
Yes, and we're waiting for Lorenzo's report on this motion. He can tell us what happened to all those CISs. Lorenzo, are they inside your pocket? Or are they stuck in your beard? I'm sure all of those CISs are somewhere. Where'd they go? Thousands and thousands of pages disappeared. My God, if you could replicate this, Joe Biden could really use your help. Yeah, that's right. Yes. Imagine, how did Dunn cause all of that paperwork to disappear? And nobody's been arrested. Man, oh man. Yes. Now we will hear from Lorenzo to give us the report. I'll be standing by with bated breath.
Not seeing any more hands.
Lorenzo.
From the public. Public comment on this is now closed. We'll go to the board. I think we can go right to a vote on this one.
Okay, Ken Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy. Yes. Rhonda Freed, absent. Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Cheat Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adele Slutter,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes. Yes.
Alexa Steinberg,
Yes.
Ivy Velasco, yes, motion passes.
Barry?
All right, Transportation Committee motion A. And this motion also comes again because the state of California already has a law for sunsetting the sale of new gas-powered cars in 2035. So thus this motion. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, opposes Council File 21-0890-S3 for an ordinance terminating the sale of new gasoline, diesel, and natural gas passenger vehicles in Los Angeles by 2030. Let the market determine the amount of electric vehicles sold, at least until the price is affordable for everyone and the current power grid can support an all-electric passenger vehicle scenario. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS to CF 21-0890-F3. Scott?
Thank you, Barry. We can now go to public comment on the motion that you just heard. Raise your hand if you'd like to speak to that for 1 minute. Goat, go ahead, please.
Yes. What about flex fuel vehicles? Yes, as you know, Goat Puppet, when he's up in Newhall Ranch, fills up with E85. Yes. Completely and totally 100% biodegradable fuel. So all you have to do is buy a flex fuel vehicle and just pump the E85 in, and then your car will be exempt from this evil rule. So that's why you had me buy that. Yes, you see what I mean? 2030. Wow, that's not too far away, is it? Only 7 more years. Then we begin to really live in hell. So enjoy your gas vehicle, and remember, you can always move to Arizona, but there won't be any water to drink. But at least it's sunny out.
And that's time. Please conclude your comment.
Not seeing any more hands from the public. We will now go to board comments, questions, concerns. Raise your hand, please. Jeff?
Yeah, I concur with Barry. I believe, it's not suitable for the city to pick winners and losers of the free market. There's already a $7,500 subsidy for electric car purchases. It really subsidizes the wealthy. And 93% of registered vehicles in California are internal combustion engine vehicles. This is going to disproportionately hit the poor people and middle-class people who drive these vehicles. I think this is ridiculous. 7 years to abolish the sale of internal combustion engine cars in the city of LA, and then 2035 for the whole state. I think this is problematic. It's not realistic. And I don't think the city should be in the business of picking winners and losers in the free market. Thank you.
Adele?
My question is I've got a couple questions. One is, don't they have a mandate to stop making electric cars by 2035? That's a question.
You mean gas?
I meant, yeah, gas, didn't I? Well, yeah, I mean,
Well, don't think the 49 other states are going to go along with California. So there are going to be plenty of gas cars being made for years and years.
right. No, I
other
know, but
states.
but I'm saying, doesn't the state of California already have a mandate that by 2035, 2035, no more gas vehicles will be made or sold in
Yeah.
California?
I think it's purchased.
Not made,
Purchased,
but sold.
purchased. Okay, so,
Or hybrids
and
with a-
also, I just want to, so that's already in effect. And also, this doesn't outlaw gas vehicles, it just stops the sale of new ones, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm just trying to get this clear. So we're just opposing to move it up 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay,
And there's also been a lot of people questioning the fact that the power grid is not there to support an all-electric scenario.
in
at
that
this
shorter
time.
period of time. Okay,
Well,
Yeah, not
passing,
in 7 years.
yeah.
okay. I just didn't understand the thing. Thanks.
Brandon?
Thanks. There's a couple of problems with the council file. One, as usual, it's about words. And they say new. What do they mean by new? If I'm a dealer, I jack the price up on the car $10,000, drive it 100 miles and call it pre-owned. Suddenly this rule doesn't apply to me anymore. I could sell a pre-owned car. This says new. Also, the industry is already going to electric. When you have Rolls-Royce going electric, Aston Martin going electric, I mean, these are high-end English luxury automobiles that don't have to go electric, but they see the future. They know that the future is going to be all electric, or at least some kind of hybrid variant of it. The market's already moving in that direction, so I agree with that on that. But again, this the wording of the council file. It doesn't really define what new is. Is it a 2023 model, a 2024 model, or is it not driven yet, not rolled off the showroom yet? Dealers we've seen, especially with the with Tesla, they find new and interesting ways to warp the law. So, well, they don't warp it, they bend it to their desires. So this is not a well-written council file. And we're going all electric anyways. And whether the grid's ready or not, that's just the way the automobile market's moving. So, you know, I agree with this motion.
Chip?
Yeah, I'm pretty green and I'm a car guy, but I think that there's enough confusion nationally and globally with the existing California emissions starting at 2035, which is a stretch for availability of vehicles themselves, the charging stations, the grid, all of that. This just seems foolish for me to try to jump the state by 5 years to make some kind of a statement in Los Angeles when 2035 for the state is already difficult enough. I think this is a distraction. And we should stay consistent with the state.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that the rule comes from the California Air Resources Board. So it's not even from our legislature. It's from an unelected board of commissioners who have just decided to institute this rule. So you're going to see litigation in courts. You're going to see the Congress probably pass riders to federal highway funds for California, which would prohibit the abolishment of the sale of ICE engines. So this is something that you should let the free market deal with. And to echo what Brandon said, we're heading in that direction. A lot of vehicles are headed in the electric realm. So let's go ahead and let the free market do that. Thanks.
So I'll just add, and I find it ironic that absent a climate plan in LA, it is not stopping the city council from going forward as they see fit with council file after council file addressing the climate. So they're talking out of both sides of their mouths. They want a climate plan, and here they're looking to ban just in LA, and it's not 5 years ahead of the state, it's 7, because they're doing it in a phased, if it's over $28,000, that's banned in 2028, then over 22,000 in 2029, and then 2030. And that's not even factoring in for inflation. It's not that far off, but as we see the way car prices are rising, that will pretty much mean all cars, all gas cars in 2028, not 2030. So they're going to sneak it up 2 years. And what you can be sure of is that there'll be a great market for used or previously owned gas cars. So what's coming next is that gas stations are going to have to be banned because the gasoline powered cars are going to be running for years. As we see what's happening in Cuba, I mean, that's all they have. They have the old vintage cars and they're still running. And the market for used gasoline, I'm sorry, it's another crazy emotion. The first sentence, the earth is already too hot for safety. That's how the council file starts off. So it's these electric cars, by the way, today, they're powered by 21% coal, 27% natural gas, and 14% nuclear. And nuclear is going away. They're fighting real hard to close Diablo Canyon. So, and by the way, with all the other motions that we're hearing about, electric cars still need a place to park, and they still need traffic lanes. And we're going to be hearing about parking, which is going to be eliminated, and driving lanes replaced by bus lanes. So I'm not sure what's going on, but I can tell you for certain there is no plan. Richard?
Yeah, also, we're running short on lithium also.
Right. Okay, I think we're ready to vote.
Voting on item 13A, Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dan Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy,
Yes.
Randall Freed, absent, Ira Gold. Ira,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mendel,
Yes.
Cheat Meehan,
Yep.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg,
Yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adele Slaughter. Adele,
Yes, sorry.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexa Steinberg,
Yes.
Avi Velasco. Yes, motion passes.
Thanks. The last transportation motion reads as follows. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, opposes Council File 22-1465 if the Los Angeles Department of Transportation, LADOT, report that is going back to City Council ends up being another removal of traffic lanes for the average driver. Los Angeles does not yet have an intricate enough mass transit system to efficiently support all the destination routes used by Los Angeles drivers. This motion is also submitted as a community impact statement, CIS to CF 22-1465. And if you'll notice, the second link is that report I was mentioning, the second link of 2. Scott?
Thank you, Barry. We'll now go to public comment on the motion that you just heard. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, please.
Yes. And I'm surprised, no screaming by Adam. It's past 10:30. Amazing. Well, it's because it's an entertaining meeting. Yes, it is. So as you know, in today's LA Times, the city cannot ticket any car who parks in a bus lane. But they're going to change that. And they're going to put up cameras and start taking camera photo tickets along with this. Why isn't that in the motion? Scott appears to have had an oversight. Well, we'll give him one. That's the first time in 3.5 hours. And now we will hear from Brandon as he will elaborate on this noticeable failure by Scott, which should have been part of the motion. That's a good point. Yes. Do you like bus lanes? No, I hate them. And I hate
And that's time. Please conclude your comments.
Is there anybody you like? No.
Not seeing any more hands raised in the dwindling public. We'll now go to the board. Raise your hand to discuss. Is the raise hand function not working in Zoom? I'm not seeing any hands. Let's go to a vote.
Okay, we're voting on item 13B, Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dan Cutler,
Yeah.
Fiona Duffy,
Yes.
Brenda Freed, absent. Okay, Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mendel,
Yes.
Cheat Meehan, Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg,
Yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adele Slaughter,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexa Steinberg,
Yes.
Avi Velasco. Yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving right along, we're on to, and thank you, Barry, for all those motions. Moving on to item 14, sustainability, Adele and Chip. Take it away.
Go ahead, Chip. You want to read it?
Sure. This is the measure we brought up earlier. So the Sustainability Committee, the board of the motion reads as follows. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 22-1566, Climate Action and Adaptation Policy / City General Plan. Our motion reads that the scientific projections of the impact of climate chaos reinforce what we in Studio City have been experiencing: frequent, ongoing, and severe heat waves, wildfires, drought, and most recently flooding and mudslides. Every community in Los Angeles suffers from environmental pollution. Los Angeles consistently has perhaps some of the worst air quality and highest concentrations of toxins in the environment of any metropolitan region in the nation. Studio City is no exception. The 101 and 170 freeways run through the community, and our surface streets are congested with commuter traffic. Our cooling tree canopy continues to be diminished. These conditions will likely be exacerbated by pending developments in Studio City. The state incentivizes local jurisdictions to incorporate climate action and adaptation plans into their general plans so that local plans reflect local priorities and values. Again, local priorities and values. Accordingly, it makes sense for the city to investigate the potential benefits of developing and adopting a climate action and adaptation plan to guide the city in adapting the climate impacts and mitigating climate pollution, thus improving quality of life, health, and safety for residents and visitors. The motions to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIF to CF 22-156, and then we have the motion in here. So
Thank you.
basically,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, so essentially what we've done is said that we tried to take the global noise that was out there and make it local. We have a local problem with the quality of our environment. We're asking our electeds to go out and find out if there was a climate action and adaptation plan. What would it look like? How much would it cost? What would that effort reap? Does it make sense for us to do so? Get back to us in 60 days. So let us know what they have out there is kind of what the point is.
Thank you. We'll now go to public comment on the motion you just heard. Goat, go ahead, you have a minute.
Yes, and it looks like Harvard Westlake has to be destroyed as a project because it's taking away our cool canopy, isn't it? See how wicked you're becoming? You're starting to think like city council people. Very good. Yes, you could stop Harvard Westlake if they didn't have an environmental plan that it went through. Very good. And finally, who the hell spelled mudslide with a dash? It's mudslide, one word, not mud dash slide. I like that spelling though. That is the way it's spelled in the LAUSD, but in the rest of the country, the dash will have to be removed. And I will make that friendly amendment at this time. Any second. Yes, Brendan seconds, good.
Not seeing any more hands from the public. We can now go to the board comments, questions, concerns before we vote. Adele.
I had two thoughts when just from our other discussion, and the part, I know it's late and you don't want to do any kind of, but the part where we said the 101 freeways, I don't have a sentence here in my mind, you know, and our cooling tree canopy continues to be diminished. I mean, we could put something in there about your two-stroke engines thing, Scott.
I'm sure that'll come out in the plan.
Okay. And then I did, for you, I had a sort of a friendly amendment if you felt like you needed it for the things that people objected to, which was something like the Studio City Neighborhood Council's in support of the report back clause in the final paragraph of the motion. Many justifications in the motion in Council File 2215-1566 appear to be misleading and confusing. If you felt like you wanted to put that in to just make a statement to Yaroslavsky and those guys, that I'm open to having that be a friendly amendment if anyone wants it. I mean, I don't need it myself,
Vote on
but
this first?
say that again.
Isn't the process to vote on this first, or do we offer the amendment as part of this
If
process?
someone wants amendment, you would offer it first, and
I think you got the 9 votes. I don't think it would be.
Yeah, I think you're raising your own bid at an auction.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
I agree.
I'm just trying to be like for the people that, I want to bring everybody along. I want to get.
You got 9 votes. Quit while you're ahead.
Okay.
You got at least 9.
All right. So there's no friendly amendment. Okay, fine.
Unless anybody else wants to chime in, I think we can vote. I think we know.
Or if Adele keeps going, she could turn the tide.
we can already.
Oh my God.
Adele, I have other suggestions if you want to hear them.
I'm open to hearing anything, but not, are you being facetious? Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, Abby.
Ready? Okay, voting on item 14A. My vision is giving up on me now. Kim Clements.
No.
Dean Cutler.
No.
Oh. Fiona Duffy.
Yes.
Randall Freed is absent. Ira Gold.
Nope.
Jeff Harwick.
No.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
No.
Chip Meehan.
Yes.
Brenda Marino.
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg.
No.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adele Slaughter. Would you? Yeah, you vote.
Yes. Yes.
Adam Summer.
No.
Alexis Steinberg.
No.
Ivy Velasco. Yes. Okay, let's see. Yes, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 yes. No's is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 no. Motion fails.
Well, that was surprising. In the future, my recommendation is if 2 committees have interest in the same council file, to try to hook up with each other and do a joint committee meeting, which is still possible to do. It can come back. So if you guys want to group and maybe try to write something that covers both ends of the deal, that would be fine. I don't remember seeing 2 motions on the same for the same council file before at SCNC. I know it's happened, but it hasn't happened during this board. Oh, wait, did it? No, I'm not sure. Anyway, it's getting late. Let's move on. Go ahead, Adele.
I'm asking Melanie Winter to present this motion. Can you, Melanie, are you there?
I got her. I just promoted her to panelist.
I am now.
Do you want me
Okay.
to, go ahead.
The motion reads, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes Council File 21-0828, Los Angeles Zoo Vision Plan, Environmental Impact Report, Infrastructure and Animal Facility Improvements, unless amended. Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the mission of the zoo, which is to lead the way in saving wildlife and connecting Angelenos to the natural world by providing exemplary animal care, delivering distinctive and diverse learning opportunities, and creating unforgettable experiences. However, some of the changes proposed in Alternative 1.5, such as elimination of habitat for sensitive native species, see the attached California Department of Fish and Wildlife's 2021 letter, and commercialization of a ridgeline would not further the zoo's mission as much as other less disruptive options that would do more to support Griffith Park's existing ecosystem and biodiversity while allowing us to enjoy it. We could support an alternative that prioritized only the amount of development absolutely necessary for improving existing animal exhibits, animal care, and for visitor accessibility and safety. We are concerned that the environmental costs of some of the proposed changes would outweigh any benefits and would not necessarily enhance people's experience of nature. There is a link to supportive materials provided there. It goes into further details about the specific concerns with this alternative 1.5. And that's it.
Thank you, Melanie. We will now go to public comment. If you're a member of the public, raise your hand. You'll have 1 minute to talk about the motion you just heard. Goat. Go ahead, please.
Yes, and they're eradicating my rights as an animal. Did you know your leader, Paul Krikorian, took out the word animals in the pause committee? Oh my God, yes, there's no committee with the word animals on it. They've completely ignored my people. But isn't it time to shut the zoo down? I freed the donkeys. I stopped the donkey rides. And now it's time to open up the gates and free my fellow animals out of their cages. How would you feel being in a cage with children coming up and throwing gum into your fur and yelling at you? You wouldn't like it, would you? So I rule, shut the zoo down. We don't need zoos anymore. We have homeless criminals. If you want to see wildlife, just go to the Santa Monica.
That's time. Please conclude your
You
comments.
can see the animals. Yes.
Not seeing any more hands from the public. We will now go, I see plenty of hands from the board. Brandon, then Adele, then Richard. Go ahead.
Yeah, question for Adele or Melanie. I think Melanie might be might be able to answer this. You mentioned would not further the zoo's mission as much as other less disruptive options. Are we talking about the charter of the zoo? Is it written in its charter? Is there a pecking order, pardon the pun, of things that are most important to it? And what we're seeing here in Alternative 1.5 are not the most important things that the zoo should be dealing with?
Yeah, the language there is taken from the zoo's mission. And some of the things that were proposed in Alternative 1.5 go outside of those bounds a bit and go more into with the commercialization of the ridgeline, looking to have lots of nighttime events up on the hill and do more of an attraction for things that don't necessarily focus on saving wildlife, connecting Angelenos to the natural world, animal care, learning opportunities, that sort of thing. There's some of the stuff that's centered more in alternative 1.5 goes a little more into the commercial side as opposed to the zoo mission side. And the zoo mission language that we have here is from the zoo. I hope that answers that.
I could just add one thing, which is one of the missions of the zoo is conservation.
Yeah.
And the plan that the alternative 1.5 does not conserve 16.5 acres of a natural oak woodland. They don't have to take it out. In alternative 1, which we did support, they did preserve that 16.5 acres. And there's other things too, where they want to dynamite the ridge line to create a climbing wall, which, I mean, a climbing wall at a zoo is not a zoo. It's not an attraction for zoos. It's an attraction for theme parks. So, and there's a lot of that in the, in the alternative 1.5. If you had looked, I don't know if you all probably didn't read that addendum. The Department of California Department of Fish and Wildlife had a list of adverse reactions. They came out very, and usually they don't come out that strong, but they came out very strongly against the 1.5 because it just takes away so much natural habitat, which is sort of ironic. You have a zoo and I guess not really. I guess they want to put animals in cages, but which is not natural. Yeah. So I think if you have any other questions, I could go through there. But Friends of Griffith Park, the Audubon Society, most of the communities around the zoo are completely not in favor of this project. And actually, I have friends that work at the zoo, and they're just not disgusted by it. So. I mean, the thing that needs to happen at that zoo is I'm not big on zoos because I think animals in cages is horrible, but it needs updating. The animal situation, the animals need a better habitat there.
Richard?
Yeah, my concern is that after I've worked with putting on public events, I don't want to do anything that's going to discourage the associations that support the zoo from having these public events that make the zoo money and allow them to get other things that the city won't pay for. Having restrictions in making it so that the zoo can be supported without depending upon city council to vote for it every September. It's whatever. I'd rather have it so it's more so the greatest extent possible. And I don't want the volunteers to be discouraged. I was one, and I'm very concerned, particularly doing the actual work and the volunteering working. Yes, there are city employees. There's also a lot of not city employees that just donate their time.
I just want to speak to that a little bit, Richard, for you. That might reassure you is that alternative 1, which is an environmentally superior option, does help the zoo do all the things you talk about, and it increases people coming in, and there are alternatives to an environmentally superior alternative that does support the zoo in the ways you were talking about.
Jeff?
Yeah, we should oppose this motion. I mean, the zoo's about having kids be educated about wildlife, families to visit, especially school-age kids. The facilities are very dated. There's a playground that was terribly outdated. There was a merry-go-round, I recall, when I took my kids there. It was never operational. here's what the plan 1.5 would do. Increase space for animals by 162%. Space for elephants will double. 95% of native significant trees will be protected. 5 large cisterns will gather underground water and reduce water consumption by 44%. Installation of solar panels, updated play park for the children. Post-construction will result in the planting of more native plants than before, and there will be greater ADA accessibility. They have a lot of problems which render disabled folks from properly accessing all the exhibits. Now, as to the blasting and this climbing wall, there won't be any blasting. If you go to the zoo's website under the frequently asked questions, that was one of the questions. They say, no, that's an outdated method of excavation. They do not intend to do that. Also, the climbing wall, the reason why they have a climbing wall is because they want to show kids what it takes for zoo and preservation teams to access the endangered California condors. So you have the rope lines that the teams go up to the cliffs to help support those endangered species. So there was some misinformation in this motion. I believe it's convoluted, and I believe the ultimate goal is to not improve the zoo. And this is actually a compromise from 2 different alternatives that were offered last year. So we should oppose this motion and support 1.5. Thank you.
Actually, that's not true. That's not what the motion is trying to say at all. You're misrepresenting what the motion says. The motion is trying to say that 1.5 is not the environmentally it's inferior to alternative 1, which they've taken off the table because the zoo is pushing for more of a theme park there. And that's not, I'm not making that up. I mean, I'm not saying that some of the things you're saying aren't good for the zoo. To have better, we said that in the motion, to have a better accommodations for the animals, absolutely. And there's a lot that's good about 1.5, but not all of it is good. And we can't just let them take out acres of oak and natural woodland. And so I think that we should oppose it and push for them to do something, not go for, hey, we're going to have Olympics here and we want to have an attraction, which is what, if you look at Friends of Griffith Park, if you look at the Audubon Society, if you look at the California Wildlife, they are saying this is not an environmentally superior option, whereas alternative 1 was, and it did many of the things that you're talking about. Almost all of those things you're talking about were in alternative 1.
And I'll just weigh in with one little note. Department of Fish and Wildlife is a very cautious state agency, and they're also kind of not as well funded as they need to be. They don't often weigh in on issues like this. They weighed in on this substantially. So the concerns they have here are not trivial. This is not the only option on the table for the zoo. They can go back and look at alternative 1 again. There's been discussion about working more closely with biodiversity expert council that the city has. This is just an alternative that emphasizes not the sort of experience, Jeff, that you're talking about when you go with your family and enjoy and learn. This really takes the commercialization a lot heavier at the expense of a lot of the things that the zoo talks about conserving. We're trying to get them to avoid significant adverse impacts to the environment and to go back to the table, fix some of the issues that Fish and Wildlife has brought to the table, and listen more closely to the community's concerns. One of the other things that the Ridgeline event venue does, and having events at night, is significantly impact not just the neighbors in the surrounding communities, but also the wildlife in Griffith Park that we all profess to love so dearly. Having nighttime bright lights and noise up there is also a bad thing. And just it raises a red flag when that state agency weighs in to this degree on something that's supposed to be part of a conservation effort. So we're asking them to listen to that and go back to the table and consider some of the other alternatives on the table.
Kim, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, I thought that Jeff, when Jeff was saying we should oppose the motion, you were saying we should oppose the council motion, weren't you? And support the motion that's in front of us, which opposes the council motion, correct? Jeff, you're muted.
No, I'm saying we should support 1.5. We shouldn't,
Okay.
we shouldn't oppose the council file. We should support the council file. This motion would oppose it unless amended.
Got you.
And so
Okay.
I say, no, we should not do that. So that's my position.
Some things I had, thank you, Jeff. I had some other comments as well, that the ridge line though, in nighttime events, I mean, I agree with Richard that there should be, the commercialization it does support the zoo, but more than that, if they're intending to have midnight hikes, like some of our hillsides do, I think Griffith Park does that. You know, viewing of stars, if we ever can see them, you know, if people come out with their telescopes, it can be an important and a very great addition to the zoo, and yes, open up other opportunities for them to make dollars. But also, Adele, I don't know if you've ever seen the show The Zoo, which is focused at the Bronx Zoo. It's on, I think, Animal Planet, and it's a zoo that functions specifically for it is about conserving the wildlife, giving them the best life, learning about them, and they provide really wonderful habitats for them. And you ought to check it out because it may change your idea of zoos. And that was the whole point of that zoo and the show. And it really is quite interesting, all the conservation that they do and all the good they do for animals. So just a thought for you on that. But thank you for clarifying as well, Jeff.
Richard.
Yeah, for this particular zoological park, I understand you're concerned with 16 acres, but 16 acres out of 4 acres in Griffith Park. I think that there's ways of mitigating any possible damage and having a nice place that will raise money for the zoo, even if it is near the ridge line. I've gone to the park many times, the zoo I've gone. I worked on these fundraisers for the zoo, particularly the ones in the evening, and there's not much damage long-term to the animals or to the equipment or to the
Jeff?
Yeah, just real quick. The zoo board actually did make concessions. They initially planned to have a vineyard, that's gone. They were going to create a large parking structure. They deleted that. They also were going to do an aerial tram, and they've withdrawn that from the project. So they have made concessions. It only deals with 16, I think, 0.1 acres of 133 acres in the park. So I think it's a good compromise, and we should support it. I mean, LA needs a world-class zoo. We're the second largest city in the United States, and it's kind of sad that the San Diego Zoo is really much better than the LA Zoo. And we need to have more opportunities for the children in the city to avail themselves of the great zoo that it could be. Thank you.
So to Kim's point, I've been to the Bronx Zoo many times as a kid and as an adult, and I think that's a pretty good point. I looked at the PDF for 1.5, and I kind of agree with what Jeff said. A lot of things did change, and to Richard's point, the zoo still has to attract people who want to go to the zoo, not necessarily people who want to preserve the parts of the area that people can't go to. And I understand it's for animals and and all the such, but the zoo is also for animals and for people. And because they compromised, I think they compromised so much from the last time, I'm not seeing a plan that is like the environmentally preferred one that really turns the zoo world class. And the LA Zoo right now sucks. I mean, if you go there as an adult, as I have recently, and look around, it's pretty grim. It's still joyful through the eyes of a child, but it could be much better. And yes, the Olympics are coming and there's probably some motivation to do that as well. But if you've been to zoos in other cities, San Diego, Bronx, and some in Europe and Asia, I mean, there are some grim ones, but this could be a really nice attraction. And I don't have a problem with the 1.5. So Julie, go ahead.
I was curious, in speaking, you said that you supported option 1, alternative 1, and I was wondering why that's not in the motion, you know, what you do support as opposed to what you don't support. That would be helpful for me.
Because the zoo has taken alternative 1 off the table, and they're offering 1.5 as what that's what they want us to address at this point. And I would be happy to put in the motion that actually I had it in the original thing that we support alternative 1 and we don't support alternative 1.5. And in alternative 1, the amount of people that come to the zoo increases exponentially. The same amount of people come to the zoo under alternative 1.5. It's just that alternative 1.5 does a lot more environmental damage, and that is what it is in the CW California Fish and Wildlife Report. And if you were to go in and read the points that they make, that there's some of the damages to riparian habitat and to let me go over there, is irreparable. And so that's why we're opposing it, because of the damage, and we're not opposing them to redo the zoo. I think they should redo the zoo. I think they should go for alternative 1, which is what everyone was supporting prior to this. And I think that, you know, they're just, it's, I don't know what their thinking is, but I do support alternative 1 absolutely, and I would be willing to put that in this motion if that helped the rest of you, because I'm not against them redoing the zoo. But the CDFW said there are adverse impacts on the California area. Expansion of the zoo alternative will be significant. Removing coast live oak plant community in the project may increase sediment, debris, and pollution and input into streams. The project would result in erosion and pollutants that could affect the quality of the Los Angeles River. Streams in the canyons and open spaces around the LA Zoo will likely adversely impact an ephemeral drainage located at the bottom of an existing canyon. The project will result in loss of riparian habitat, and it's unlikely there's ample land available to mitigate the loss of the area affected, because you have to, if you take out trees, you have to mitigate them 5 to 1, and they don't have places, or 4 to 1, and they don't have places to plant those trees. And so they go on. I mean, the CDFW's report is very, very damning, and the Los Angeles Audubon supported not supporting this particular, and they did all of the environmentalists supported alternative 1. So I'm not saying we shouldn't have I'm not saying we shouldn't have a zoo and the zoo shouldn't be redone. I'm saying this is not we should push back on this to get more conservation, more true conservation, which is the mandate of the zoo. And I do know people who work there who agree, you know, who work with the elephants. One of my friends works with the elephants, and she's just like, they hate this plan, hate. So, I mean, I know what Jeff's talking about, but this plan goes beyond those things that would help it and goes too far. And so maybe pulling back and conserving some of the natural habitat, which is what we need to do all over the city. But it would make more sense. Alternative one was a better plan.
Do you or does Melanie know how alternative one has escaped the council file why it is not even up for consideration anymore? And how the council file, was this a committee decision to remove it before it went to council? Like where did that go? How did it disappear?
I think they're just trying to limit comments to this version, to this alternative, as opposed to having all the options together discussed. And it helped in terms of getting focused feedback from experts. But I think it's confusing the issue when it's coming to this board a little bit. If they get, I mean, if they listen to the expert feedback they're getting from agencies that are reviewing this and from neighborhood councils, then they have to go back and look again at alternative one. Nobody believes for a minute that we're not going to see significant zoo improvements. We're all just trying to ensure that when you listen to the folks who work at the zoo, when you listen to the communities who live around the zoo, when you look at the environmental impacts, surely we can come up with something that's going to meet the needs of the zoo's stability, meet the needs of the animals, the conservation programs, without so significantly negatively impacting so many things. And that's what we're asking them to do.
Can you still hear me? I would be happy to add at the end of the motion, and we continue to support alternative one. We can say that. I mean, they know what it is.
Did we support, my question, jumping in because it was a good point to do that. We had something about the zoo before in front of us. Do you recall what
ages ago, before all of us were even on the board supported the alternative one. And then I brought it to the board to support alternative one. I got a lot of pushback from same people, Jeff, and because people wanted more. And we haven't brought it back to the board again until now.
Thank you.
We didn't vote that time on it, did we? I think
No, we did not. I withdrew it. Yeah.
Jeff?
Just real quick, the problem last time was in the prior motion supporting alternative one, there was no link to what was called the vision plan, the original zoo plan. So the board sent it back because there was no link. So there was no context in terms of what was alternative one and then the vision plan. So now you're coming back and opposing 1.5, and now you're saying you want to, well, let's add amendment one.
Well, it's because the reason I
let me finish. But none of us are prepared to determine what alternative one is. So, you know, I would say if you want to do that, then we got to send it back to committee to make that revision. So the board and the stakeholders are properly informed about this alternative one. I just think at this point, we should do an up or down vote.
Well, this is simply about 1.5. The suggestion was if the committee wants to express support for alternative one, as Jeff, you seem well familiar with it, as do others, but this is simply about 1.5. And that's what we're talking about.
Adele, your hand is still up.
Oh, no, it's left up. Sorry.
So not seeing any more hands. So this is about 1.5, but I've heard so much about one. And I actually would like to know, I kind of see Jeff's point. We're back to sort of where we were before with the.
But,
yeah.
Okay, one is not, I was just saying that so that because to show you, I'm not against the zoo being redone, but this project is not environmentally sound. So, and all they're saying right now, they don't have alternative one as an option. I think that what's going to happen is if they, because already a lot of people have written CSIs against alternative 1.5, and for the reasons that I've outlined. And so what's going to happen is if they get enough pushback, they'll go back and say, okay, what can we, maybe they'll find alternative 1.25 or something. I don't know. Maybe they'll do something like that. I have no idea.
Julie?
Yeah, just to reiterate that point, there's not a lot of support in the feedback on the council file. I think I saw one support. So just mentioning that.
This is not a well-loved alternative. We would not be outliers in speaking out.
Richard?
Yeah, well, I've seen both sides of it. I happen to like the idea of doing the expansion. It's only 16 acres out of over 4,000. And again, I've been involved with the nighttime, the high price, stay at the zoo at night, have dinner, whatever it is, it's worked very well. It provides a lot of support. I want to continue to watch that happen. I think that they can afford 16 acres out of 4,000 to make that happen. And I definitely want to make sure that the volunteers will stay enthused. It's not just, it's also. Thank you.
Richard, I just want to reassure you that this isn't going to eliminate the current nighttime events that go on. This is simply adding significantly larger scale, different kinds of events and facilities for them that create very bright nighttime lights that I know how much you appreciate mountain lions, that other habitat will not respond well to. This is not something that if we oppose this, it will eliminate the events that you're talking about that you support. It's not just those 16 acres that are being impacted negatively either. And I just want to just say again, we are not saying we don't want the zoo expansion. We are saying this particular plan on the table has significant flaws. Please go back and fix them.
So not to keep this going too long, how many, just for point of comparison, this is 16 acres of expansion. How many acres was in alternative one?
No,
they
it's not.
avoided this acreage in alternative one.
There's no acreage.
It's particular to the specific acreage as well. There are different ways of going about accomplishing what they're trying to accomplish. This particular one happens to impact a very specific part of the park that is going to have a lot of negative impacts. And we're trying to avoid that. You've seen what can happen in communities when a rainfall happens, a big rain happens, when you've gone in and disrupted natural drainage areas. That's the kind of thing that might happen here if they're going to advance this plan. That's what Fish and Wildlife is trying to say on the habitat, on the way in which those mountains are shaped, and the way in which they're supposed to function, the impacts it would have downstream and throughout Griffith Park. This is the biological opinion, the geological opinion, the habitat opinion. They're trying to limit impacts to systems.
It's not just about 16 acres. It's about all of the acreage and what they're planning to do to make improvements that impact all of the acres. They are taking out 16 acres that they don't need to take out for, I'm not actually sure what they're doing with it except destroying it. And that's just one part of it. You don't focus on the 16 acres because that's one part of the puzzle. It's not the whole thing.
What are the big grapes, Adele, from that you guys have found with it?
I read the list, the list I read about the God, it's in, okay, the riparian habitat, the destroying water, destroying, well, creating possible mudslides. I mean, I read the list. It's in the, oh gosh, I have to keep going back and forth to the motion. Chip, did you want to say something while I look for this?
Yeah, 16 acres, just for comparison, is the size of the Weddington Golf and Tennis. So that's how big 16 acres is.
That's a good
And-
point. That's actually seems kind of small for Griffith Park, but go ahead.
But that's the area of essentially ridge line that they want to take down. So if you took that 16 acres and folded it on top of Fryman, for example, you could see how it would be wildly impactful. So to Melanie's point that an acre isn't an acre, if you took a flat acre and a ridgetop acre, you could see how disrupting the ridgetop acre would actually create more negative impacts.
Richard, is your hand?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, basically, I want to make sure that they continue to do the stuff with Ridgestock. If any of the condors program gets more, it goes beyond 32 out there right now. There's more, and we've had fundraisers to keep that program going. It's not just LA Zoo, so the zoos also. And again, they have just over 4,000 acres to deal with. I think they could make things work, as far as I'm concerned.
And Brandon?
Yeah, really quick, just to clarify, just so I can understand. Alternative 1.0, turn the LA Zoo, it makes it more of a world-class zoo, and 1.5 into an amusement park, correct?
That's one way of looking at it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Richard, everybody appreciates the Condor program, and we're just asking for a better all-around plan that doesn't have negative impacts to any species.
And the Condor program is never going to go away. It's one of the best programs they have. It's been operational for 30 years. It's not, that is going to be improved in alternative one, which, that they absolutely will improve that program. And it's not going to go away. It's a great conservation program.
Yeah, it's not just LA either, it's other places also.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Are we done with Q&A on this and ready to vote? I guess so. Abby?
All right, so we're voting on item 14B. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy,
Yes.
Rhonda Freed is absent. Larry Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick,
No.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
No.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg.
We forgot Chip.
No,
Oh, I did. I skipped him. My eyes are giving up on me. Sorry, Chip.
That's okay. Yes,
Yes, okay.
yes.
So. All right, so Julie Houlihan was a yes, Scott Mandel was a no, Chief Meehan was a yes, Brandon Marino.
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg.
no, thank you.
So polite. Karen Sorrow. Karen. Absent. Adele Slaughter.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes. Actually, may I amend that to no? I'm sorry.
No, okay.
No, definitely
Almost
no.
click yes.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Just tired. I was,
Alexa Steinberg.
No.
Abby Velasco. No. Let's see. We have one moment. Let's see. Yes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. And no's, we have 1, oops, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 2 absent. Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much.
I did count 9 yeses.
Okay, let's see. So I have implements, yes. Correct me if I'm wrong. My eyes are giving up on me now. Dick Cutler, yes. Fiona Duffy, yes. Randall Free, absent. Ira Gold, yes. Jeff Hartwick, no. Julie Houlihan, yes. Scott Mandela, no. Cheap Meehan, yes. Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Nitterberg, no. Karen Sorrell, absent. Adele, yes. Adam Summer, no. Alexa, no. Abby, no.
Oh, I miscounted. You're right.
Oh,
That was probably when Adam voted yes.
it's okay. It's so motion passes.
And the finale, item 15, good of the order, brief comments from board members for items not on the agenda. Anyone want to vent? Kim, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Following Luminaria, I discussed with Scott that there were many things that went awry and should be addressed, and some things would be great to get the board's input on the what went right and what went wrong, and just to get other people's feel for the attendance, and because we all had different viewpoints. And Scott thought it was a good idea, and I believed it was going to be on this agenda, and it was not. I was highly disappointed that it was moved to the Cultural Affairs Committee meeting February for discussion, and I don't think that's right. I think that we should have the discussion amongst board members. It is our biggest, costliest event. It required all board members to jump on and help out, and stakeholders have had opinions about this as well. This was our 10th year, I believe it was. But the first for many of us, and I believe that this should be a discussion amongst the board, as we have touched upon many events following them previously in the board meetings. And our board meetings get the greatest stakeholder viewership and input. And I think that we need to have a discussion about Luminaria at the next board meeting. So I would greatly appreciate having that on the agenda.
Thank you. Are there any other board members who want to make a final comment? I think one of the reasons it didn't make it to this board meeting was because Cultural Affairs didn't have a meeting after Luminaria for them to have a chance to go over. It was their event. I mean, it was theirs and from the committee. So let's see what happens at Cultural Affairs in February, and then we can carry it on to the board after they discuss it. I think that's a fair point.
We've
you wanna
never
make-
had it that way in the past. We've discussed
Yeah.
movie events following. It's never gone back to cultural affairs for discussions. I do believe that whether cultural affairs talks about it or not, we should talk about it as a board. I think it's important. It's a really big event, and a lot of things didn't go right. And there was some very nice things too. I think it was a nice event. And I do think we need to discuss it too and get all our heads together. And not everybody's going to show up at cultural affairs to get all input on what people saw and heard and knew. And I think we really need to discuss it here.
Kim,
Well,
why
not
don't you,
everyone from Cultural Affairs was there because some of them were sick, right?
somebody was sick, others didn't show. That is correct. Yes, at that,
Right,
at
so
that
cultural
particular.
affairs couldn't have a comprehensive view because they weren't there.
Yeah, well, that's true, but
I-
yeah, it's never been done
Kim,
this way before. What?
Kim,
We shouldn't really get too much into the details of that.
Kim, wait, if you want to make a motion, I'll second it.
It's not agendized.
You can make a motion, can't you make a motion on,
Nope,
you can't,
nope,
you can't make a motion if it's not agendized?
can't.
How does a committee function like that?
This isn't a committee.
This is
Oh,
the,
I see.
it'll be on the it'll be at the next board meeting. But I want to hear from cultural affairs, and we can all, Ira.
Yeah, Adele, just so you know why, the reason why we can't make a motion that's not agendized here is because the public has to have an opportunity to weigh in on that motion.
I
So
see.
it would have to be placed there and then reviewed in the process. That's why.
Got it. I thought boards could make motions as they discuss things. That's any board I've ever been on has always been able to do that, but they're not public this way. This is right. Okay.
So nobody else from the board, and it is recommended out of abundance of caution, we give Goat a minute to opine about the good of the order. Go ahead, Goat. Unmute yourself. Goat, if you can't unmute yourself, we're going to move on. Okay, Goat seems to be having technical issues. That being said, thank you, everybody. This was a long meeting. We got everything accomplished on the agenda, some lively spirited debate, some public participation, although there's very few left. Thank you to the members of the public for sticking it out. It's 11:25. Absent any objections, we'll adjourn this meeting, and thank you all. Good night.